What's going on, One Life family? How's everybody feeling today, man? Y'all come on in. I know that we are finna get things started, and today we're talking about um the situation. We're going into the trial of ASAP Rocky, Rakim Mayers. You know what I'm saying? For people that don't know what's going on, man, they're getting ready to deliver the opening statements in ASAP Rocky's trial. So, for people who are not familiar, man, ASAP Rocky is getting ready to go on trial today. They've done their jury selection, and we should be on the way here in a minute. ASAP Rocky is accused of, I would say, Pow and his friend ASAP Mob back a couple years ago, like 5 years ago, and now they're getting ready to go to trial. ASAP Rocky is a known rapper and turned fashion stylist who is with Rihanna. They've had two kids here in the last couple of years, and they are together. So we're getting ready to check out this trial that's pertaining to ASAP Rocky, man. They're going to be delivering their opening arguments, opening statements today, you guys. You know, come on in, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, man. One Life, y'all know how we do it, man. We're getting ready to catch this trial, man, and see what's really going on. How do y'all feel in the comments? They said that ASAP Rocky turned down the the plea deal. You feel me? Where they came and they offered him the 180 days. You know what I'm saying? They say he turned it down. He want to go to trial. now that's why I say this is going to be a very interesting trial, and we're gonna check it out because from what I'm looking at, I'm like, I don't get it. I'm not getting it. You feel me? I'm not getting what defense they getting ready to go with because they saying that they seen the man with the pow. They saying they heard it go off. They saying that the man said he did it. You feel me? So I think it's gonna get ready to be a very, very interesting trial, man. Y'all, please come on in. I'm here to watch it with you guys, man. We'll watch it together. We're gonna check it out. And while we wait on them to get started, One Life family, I want to kind of recap with y'all and let y'all check out some information y'all may need to know why they have us waiting. One Life family, we in the building, man, for the ASAP Rocky trial. Today is the opening arguments, man. Shouts out to everybody from the One Life family, man. And y'all know how we do it, man. We keep on doing it. We keep our foot on it, man. We never give up, man. You feel me? ASAP Rocky, day one, jury done been selected. They ready to roll. They ready to play ball. One Life.
You can see why I'm wondering why a successful rapper like ASAP Rocky is taking his case to trial. That's my opening statement. Let me know if you like it. Right now, it's time for your daily docket.
Actually, done. Okay, fine. Done. Because you're costing me money. I didn't do because I got to this house because of you. You let Mom say some mind that. No, because you flirting with like 3 girls the whole time.
And he declined.
If your e-commerce store isn't hitting 100K months, you're probably running the outdated classic e-com model. It looks something like this.
Signed a plea offer to spend 180 days in jail ahead of his trial. He faces a maximum sentence of 24 years in prison if he's convicted. Let's take a look at the jury breakdown. We've got 12 jurors who are going to hear this case. 5 of them are men, 7 of them are women. According to TMZ, none of the jurors, including the 4 alternates, are African American. None of them. And we know the defense was taking issue with the pool earlier this week. Now, the defense team plans to call witnesses to testify that the alleged firearm seen on security footage, alleged to be carried by Rocky, was a starter pistol he carried as a prop, pointing to why no shell casings were found at the scene. The surveillance footage is grainy of the actual shooting, maybe hard to identify the shooters wearing a dark hoodie, hard to see the face, and we know that the alleged victim collected the spent cartridge casings himself and brought them to police, which could prove to be problematic. So if you saw my opening statement, you're going to know what we're asking. We're wondering, is this trial going to be a stinker? In other words, is this a bad case for the prosecution? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see what our power panel thinks. Let's bring back in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Joe Tamburino and welcome in domestic violence expert and former law enforcement officer Claudia King and media personality and artist Head Crack. Good morning to you all. Okay, is this one a stinker? Ladies first, Claudia King, what do you say?
It definitely sounds like it, Julie, because the prosecution made that offer of 180 days in jail. To me, that shows that they don't have a ton of confidence in this case if they were going to let it go for just 180 days. It sounds like the video is blurry. It's hard to tell if it's really APRocky. There's the issue with the shell casings and the fact that the victim turned them over and collected them allegedly. So I just see this being very problematic for the prosecution.
Yeah, great points, Claudia. Thank you. Great point about the plea deal. When you have such a sweetheart deal, could mean that, you know, the case stinks. Head Crack, I want to go to you next, please. Your thoughts on this? Is this a stinker or maybe a solid case?
It sounds a little sloppy. And like what she was saying, if they're going to offer you 180 days, which is way sweeter than 24 possible years in prison, and you decide to, I like our odds on this and I'm just going to go for it because we know what we know, I think the defense probably feels like they have a very fortified defense on their side that'll be able to prove that APRocky wasn't trying to really hurt this man, but just scare him off, fend him off, or whatever. And it's just so problematic from the prosecution side.
All right, Head Crack. I like what you said about sloppy. You said this seems sloppy. Head Crack, I think you're right. I think that this is going to be a little bit of mess when it goes to trial, and the defense already getting the prosecution fired up. They dropped this.
I'm finna break it down for y'all real quick. Y'all hit the like button in the building, man. Y'all know I be knowing. And this is what I do, man. I specialize in trials, court cases, the law. I'm really good with the law. That's why I only talk to y'all about what I know about. But look, I'm finna tell y'all what's going on. Yes, they came to APRocky, Rakim Mayers, and said, listen, you can take this plea bargain and do 180 days in jail. That ain't never sit when everybody know that ain't nothing. Ain't nothing. LA County Jail, you got money, you got your bad girl, you will be okay. But the problem is this. APRocky is not the same street rapper or whatever that they, you know what I'm saying, that people want to put on him. He got 2 kids with Rihanna, one of the baddest in the game. They like to do, Fashion Week in Paris. They like to go to Mulan. They like to go to Dubai. They like to travel the world, okay? And these are people who get it. APRocky, his family and stuff like that. The United States is not nowhere he's trying to raise his family. Mind you, Rihanna is from Barbados. Rihanna is a savage, Fenty Savage icon. She travels the world. She is high up there. So if APRocky, y'all keep up with me if APRocky, it's a lose-lose situation, honestly. If he go in the courtroom and take the plea that they're offering him, that would make him a convicted felon, okay? It will make him a convict. Now, listen, they offer him the plea because, look, sometimes it's like, look, we don't really care about taking you in here and doing this. We just want to put an F on your report card. Everybody know California, New York, I say California, New York. You don't want to get caught up with these situations in those states because they have very strict pow laws. It ain't about the time. It ain't about woo. But if he take the plea bargain, he ain't going to be able to tote no firearm, possibly not be able to leave the country. Now, if you got you a baby mama wife or something like that, you know what I'm saying? And Rihanna is your wife and your baby mama. Imagine the first couple of times you can't leave the country with her. This is a woman of prestige now. You can't leave and go with her over to London. That might be that one weekend she wander off. You feel me? Now, I'm just saying, he's not trying to take that chance. He's definitely not trying to be a convicted felon because it limits what you can do. Like Shawty just said in the comments, his brand is an image of her brand. They brand each other. So for him to become a felon would make her become a felon in social media, in the entertainment world. See, Rihanna would separate herself from him before she allowed him to tarnish her image, okay? Mind you, that's why the judge asked him, well, was y'all married before or after this situation happened? You feel me? Now, again, I don't tell nobody to go in there and take something, but when you're looking at the evidence that is stacked against them, when they're saying that, hey, listen, we got you on camera with a firearm. Moments after that, we hear the firearm go off. But then his defense to that is, well, y'all didn't recover a firearm or anything off of the scene of the crime. It came from a person, boom, boom, boom. Okay, good. But they got you on camera with a firearm. Your defense to that is he dealing with a double-edged sword. But your defense to that is it's a prop. I mean, it's a prop. The same, they saw you with a firearm. The firearm goes off. Your man say that you hit him. He turns in evidence to the police. You go in the courtroom and take him to trial. Hey, do what you got to do because you might beat him. But the only way to explain that is, I'm telling y'all, dude don't want no. I promise y'all, had they offered APRocky that same deal, but said that he wouldn't be a convicted felon, he would be a misdemeanor, he'd have took it. I promise you he'd have took it. He'd have sat enough for 6 months and took their time and came on home. People look at it like because the prosecutors offer you a deal that just seems sweet, they don't have nothing. A lot of the time, it's like, look, go on and take this and get it out the way. Or do you really want us to give you 24 years? Y'all got what they just did to Tory Lanez. What did they just do to Tory Lanez in the same county? Wait. They took him in there and they convicted his ass and sent him to jail for 10 years for something he possibly didn't even do. At the time, you had people looking at it like, oh, he did this, he did that. I never had enough evidence to say if he did it or not. I never felt like he did it. I always felt like it was the other girl. You feel me? I always thought it was the other girl. But they took Tory Lanez right in that courtroom and nailed him to the cross. I don't know why these rappers be thinking that. But again, Tory text admitted he did it. Tory text admitted. Shawty, say whatever you want to say, Shawty. You feel how you want to say about Tory. I said what I feel. I don't feel like Tory did it. And I'm gonna stand on it. Just because you come in the comments and say the text admitted he did it. I ain't see enough evidence. If you're not listening, I reiterate. I didn't see enough evidence to say and agree that Tory did it. I feel like the other girl did it, is what I said. Now let me get back on point. Again, it was not enough evidence. Okay, all right, whatever. They had his text messages. All right, I said what I said. Now, anyway, getting back on track. And that's what I'm saying. Didn't see enough evidence. I don't care about no text messages. I don't care about hearsay. I don't care about that. Megan Thee Stallion is a liar. She's a liar. She's a compulsive liar. If Tory Lanez had done that and they had all this evidence stacked up against him, then I could see him taking a plea. He went and fought him for because he knew there was something he didn't do and he thought justice was going to prevail. That's how I can tell you a person ain't never been in the courtroom, which is going back to what I'm saying. He would have, what's his name? APRocky would have took the probation, sat it down for 6 months and came home if it was a misdemeanor situation. They put him in a situation, the same thing they did to Tory Lanez, to make you come in the courtroom and fight for your life, knowing that you don't really have a fair chance. That's the whole point. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get back to the video so that y'all can get caught up before the trial takes off. We're looking for them to start here in the next couple of minutes. One Life family. Hey. Let's get back to it, baby. Y'all stay tuned. The trial gonna be starting shortly.
this little bomb this week about saying it's a prop gun, not a real gun, because he's seen on video holding what looks like a gun. And so they're saying, no, not real. And the prosecution saying they've been ambushed by the defense with this new theory. Joe Tamburino, last but not least, want to get your thoughts on all of this, please.
Two things. First of all, it's highly problematic for the prosecution that the alleged victim finds the evidence. So the police are there. Police are crime scene people. They're going around the crime scene. They don't find any shell casings, but it just so happens hours later that the alleged victim says, gee, look what I found. So that's highly problematic. Also, we don't know if they searched ASAP Rocky's house. Can the prosecution show that this guy even has guns? Has he ever had a 9mm? Does he have some other type of firearm? So I think that whole thing is problematic. Second thing, this whole called ambush with the new theory that he had a prop gun. The defense doesn't have to disclose their theory. Yes, they have to disclose witnesses, just like the prosecution, but this whole idea of ambush is nonsense. The defense doesn't have to say a word. The defense could have a theory one day and a second theory the next day. So this whole idea of ambush, yeah, it's good PR. It's something that you're going to give to the media, but it's nonsense.
Joe, really great points. Thank you for all of that. Headcrack, let me go back to you, please, for the sentiment of the industry. What is the sentiment? Are other artists kind of rallying around him? Is there a showing of support for him or not so much?
You know, it's one of the more quiet cases that we've heard about in a while. Like, it's one of those things you hear about, it's a blip in the news, and then it goes away, then it comes back, and of course it's going to ramp up because the trial's getting ready to start. But, you know, ASAP Rocky has a lot of friends in the business, and then, of course, because, you know, he's booed up with Rihanna, you're also going to get a whole bunch of other people that are going to be rallying for him on the strength of her. You know, shout out to the Rihanna Navy. I'm a member. So at the end of the day, ASAP Rocky has, you know, for the larger part of his career, been a very non-problematic guy. I know he did have some issues overseas a few years ago, but, you know, he did his time and he got out. And, you know, and he's been trying to just be the best dad he could be, get back to the music and continue to serve his fan base and, you know, and pop up in fashion ads where he can, because he is the fashion killer. If you know, you know.
He really is. I know. I feel like so many of us maybe know him more for fashion, him and Rihanna, too. I mean, you know, my gosh. I mean, I think she's got 9 Grammys, too. Not taking anything away from that. But, yeah, I mean, they're a power couple for sure. Maybe we'll see her. We sure hope. But I like what you said there, Headcrack, about he hasn't really been known as being a problematic guy. That's not ASAP Rocky's reputation. But with the next person we're going to talk about, that's debatable. Chris Brown is also trending this morning in the world of true crime because he filed a $500 billion lawsuit against Warner Brothers Discovery, saying that he was falsely labeled as a rapist and an abuser.
More in credit card debt or personal loans may qualify for help from National Debt Relief. Minimum payments could live.
Okay, so many of us know him for his hit songs, but the docuseries is titled Chris Brown, A History of Violence. It's been out for a while, and the allegation.
All right, so I'm getting ready to start up in a minute here, but yeah. So yeah, look, getting to the point, man, and really actually standing out to it for people that just, you know, how we have weird guests from time to time. But anyway, we had these weird guests from time to time, man, and people show up and they don't really be knowing much about what's going on. But we finna get ready to get into the trial. One life. But okay, my bad. I had got sidetracked real quick. But yo, so anyway, the trial is getting ready to get to start popping. And what people got to understand is, man, you know, this again, I've always been non-biased. So for people that be wanting to say this, that, and the third, even like the little dumbass was just talking about the situation with Tory Lanez. first of all, there was no type of incriminating evidence. A text message is not enough for incriminating. We don't never know who sent or received a text message. A text message in the court of law really should be considered hearsay, because again, you don't know who sent or received that text message. But moving right along, and it still goes back to what we just said. It's got to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. Now, with the Tory Lanez situation, there is a lot of doubt that he did not do. I mean, it's a lot of evidence saying that he did this. You got a person saying that you did it to him. They also turned in evidence. Okay. They turned in evidence. They pointed you out. They said what it was. They got you on camera with the firearm. All of these are things, just like they was explaining to you just a minute ago, that if the defense bring up in the court of law, it's going to automatically make you look crazy. You're going to automatically look crazy when they go to bringing up the fact that this is him on the camera. This is this. This is that. But again, we can check out the goddamn trial. It's getting ready to start here in a minute. And we're going to goddamn check it on out, baby. Because you ain't got to take my word for it. What's going on, Braven? What's going on in life? Y'all let me know how y'all feeling in the comments, man. They already done said it. It's got to be proven beyond, beyond reasonable doubt. It go both ways. You got to make you got to go ahead and make the juror believe beyond reasonable doubt that you didn't do it. You feel? You got to cause doubt in their mind. All the prosecution got to do is cause a speculation. If they think you did it, you will go to jail. That's why I be telling people, when they come to you and they talking about, oh, we'll offer you this plea bargain, we'll work this out with you. It's not all the time that they don't have a case. Sometimes they really be trying to, hey, look, go ahead, take this, get on out of the way. You feel me? What's going on, chat? What's going on, everybody? We still just waiting on them to get this thing started. But yeah. Still just waiting, y'all. Legally, it's prosecution burden, but the jury and judge are sometimes biased or opinion based. Absolutely. You absolutely right, look up. And when you got a judge that's biased and or opinion based, you know what I'm saying? You put yourself really at the mercy of the courts. You know what I'm saying? You gotta sometimes, like APRocky, I understand you not want to be a convicted felon, but if you go in there in front of these 12 people and for some reason they keep reiterating the fact that what they say none of them are African American, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. None of them, they say, are African American. Cool. So that means they all are possibly will look at things a lot different from you. You feel me? You don't have a juror or your peers then. And that's exactly what they're saying. So we finna see. This is gonna be very interesting because I really don't know what defense they getting ready to come with. I hope they not finna try to come with the defense that's a toy pow. Not when they heard two pow, not when they heard two, you know what I'm saying, go off in the same trajectory, in the same, you know what I'm saying, cadence, so to speak. So again, we're getting ready to, you know, and right now I'm just talking to y'all about how this stuff seems that it's going, you know. But while we wait, let's get caught up some more. I know they're getting ready to start here shortly. You know, they on California time. So, hey. Let's check out thing, share some more video with y'all.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn on.
ASAP, you a little nervous about the trial? How you feeling about the jury selection today?
Our cameras caught APRocky this morning headed into and leaving an LA court as jury selection began in his felony assault trial. The 36-year-old who faces
All right, y'all, we ready. Y'all ready? Let go.
And they can basically track them down to a much smaller subset of firearms that could have caused the marks on the casings. Included in that is Glock 43. So, hold on. Yeah.
Did the report say that the casings could only have been fired from a Glock 43, or could a Glock 43 be among the type of firearms that the expended casings could come from?
Let me read the exact conclusion. Items 1A and 1B.
Those are the casings.
Those are the casings. Each exhibits characteristics typical of aftermarket slides or a series of subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to Polymer model PF9SS, Glock store model SS.
Wait, slow down because the court reporter needs to take it.
Sure. Polymer 80 model PF9SS, Glock store model SS80, and Glock model 43 and 43X. We have been given information that, in fact, oftentimes and frequently when you're looking at casings, you're not able to get a whole lot of information. But it turns out that the markings on these casings are a bit more unique, and they are not only consistent, but the examiner will testify that the markings he has seen very rarely, and that where he has seen them, where they've been recorded, are with a Glock 43 pistol.
What's the name of the examiner who did this ballistic comparison?
The examiner's first name is going to be F-I-D-A-L, last name B-I-R-A, I-M-A-H.
B-I-R-A.
I-M-A-H. So the way this came about was, we were looking at a different issue. The detectives yesterday afternoon sent an email to my co-counsel basically saying, hey, take a look at that report, this report that we're talking about. Which in the attachment.
Detective Flores. Flores. From Robert Homicide?
Yes. So when this was received, my co-counsel looks and says, I've never seen this report. So he goes back in discovery, looks at emails. We don't have a report. So we instantly contact the defense, send them out the report. I want to be clear. The report is inculpatory, not exculpatory. So obviously, not only do we have no motivation to have not turned over this report, RHD has no motivation either. What's very clear is that they believe they had turned it over, and they did it.
What time did Detective Flores bring this to either your attention or Mr. Pluton's?
Yesterday afternoon. You want the exact time?
Approximately.
It was yesterday afternoon. We were in court. We went back to the office after court yesterday, and that's where we went back and looked to see, do we have this discovery?
So something after 4:30 p.m.?
The email is timestamped 3/18, but I got it when we, so it was essentially received but not gone through yet until I could get back over to my desk.
You conveyed this to the defense when?
We sent it to them at 5:21.
So about 40 minutes later, they're done?
Because the first thing we had to do was, we had to go back and see, or have we already turned this over? So we not only emailed it, we called them. We explained the situation. The response at the time that we gave it to them initially was, well, this is the same thing that you have accused us with respect to the witness and the court's finding that they violated the court's discovery order. We responded, no, this is completely different. You had interviews starting last August.
I don't want to get into who said what. I just want to know the sequence of events.
So at this point in time, we had a discussion. We sent an email at that point to counsel, and we included the court. There was an email sent late last night at some point by Mr. Tacopina. I did not see it until somewhere around 1, 2 in the morning. In that email, Mr. Tacopina cited the Hughes case. There were no facts in the Hughes case. I went middle of the night, I got the case, I read
I
it.
don't want to know about, this would be appropriate if you want to argue your position. I just wanted to know the sequence of events.
Right, I'm not gonna go any further other than to tell the court, I read the case, I then sent an email at roughly 3 or 4 in the morning. I sent it to counsel and I sent it to the court.
All right, just one last factor on it, which is, I knew from past experience with firearm analysis that there would be a lab file or bench notes associated with the analysis.
My biggest concern when I was thinking of getting Botox Cosmetic was
losing my expression. I wanted to stay Javi and stay me.
the doctor did great at explaining that the treatment plan for me was what I needed.
So I got treated on my forehead.
My crow's feet and my frown lines. I'm so happy with the results.
My results are subtle.
I'm still myself.
Speak slowly, the court reporter needs to get everything down, and I want everybody to know exactly about what you have to say. Go ahead.
So, and I'll just stick with sort of the chronological order here. I'm not going to argue case law or anything like that, but aside from the fact that we lost 4 to 5 hours the night before our opening dealing with this, we this morning, after we get an expert report last night that was in the possession of the lead case detective in this case, not some random police officer. Detective Flores is the case detective in this case. I have to believe he understood the importance of that report. He testified at preliminary hearing. After we get that report that says, in conclusion, that the subcompact pistol frames, including but not limited to, which means absolutely nothing. So it could be a universe that we don't even understand of other pistols, and then goes on to list 3 of them here. This morning, we got another 28 pages of backup data on this. Backup lab, I guess, report that normally comes with a conclusion report. We got this morning. I find it hard to believe that the lead detective in this case didn't bring it to anyone's attention from the district attorney's office until after a jury was impaneled the night before opening statements. I mean, something that they now are saying is such a crucial piece of evidence. We have an issue now with the jury. Obviously, it's a jury panel. It may affect, quite frankly, whether we would have kept or not kept a few jurors, one in particular. Then we assured him yesterday he'd have a fair trial. You're going to have a fair trial. We've made issues regarding the veneer. You know that, Your Honor. I'm not going to rehash that. We're here. We're ready to open today. I don't even know how we're supposed to do this. This should be suppressed without question because it changes the complexity of the case. At the very least, we have to quash this panel and start again, or strike jurors, reselect. I mean, I think even the district attorney said, okay, well, continuance is appropriate. We picked the jury. We're ready to go. This is something that, you know, to render fair and effective representation here, as we all assured Mr. Mayers we would have, in the midst of a trial that's already underway, we would need to locate and retain our own expert to conduct a scientific analysis. Their report was 28 pages. It took them, according to them, it took them 1 week to do this. 1 week. And that's their own lab with their own on-staff experts. And it took them a week. How long is it going to take us? We have to go find somebody first. Hope he's available. The trial will be over. We also have to make arrangements for the physical examination of the casings, scientific testing. I mean, if you look at their report, I mean, they cite like some of the basis for their findings is the internet. They went on and cited all these websites and forums. I mean, there is so much work to be done here to even understand this conclusion. I mean,
All right, so what are you seeking?
What am I seeking?
What are you asking for?
Your Honor, I'm asking, well, and our letters laid it out. I don't need to rehash it, but our letters laid out pretty clearly what we're asking for. There's no way to proceed in this case if this is admitted. We have to either strike this whole panel. We need a continuance. We have to start again. What I'm asking for is you include this. This is after the jury was impaneled. This is a major piece of evidence that will require us to do a lot of expert work that took them, their own department, a week to do. That's the only thing I'm requesting. Short of that, Your Honor, I can't even open if this is coming in because I have to deal with the address. I don't even understand it. And it's on the written report, 28 pages of backup data.
Out, sitting through 5 seconds of an ad before skipping it, in, never seeing an ad again. This is Pi, and if it sounds familiar to you, it's probably because you've seen their ads everywhere, especially this one. It's a free Chrome extension that blocks ads basically everywhere else you go online. And no, it's not one of those sketchy ad blockers that like steals your data and installs malware. They even have a rewards program that pays you to see ads. Like they're literally throwing pity money at us for having to scroll through ads. So nice of them. Okay, let me show you how. So I'm searching for headphones and oop, there's an ad. Didn't even know it was an ad, but I made money.
Sure to me to get a fair trial, and this is, I've never seen anything like this. I'm not going to talk about the other witnesses, the late Brady disclosures, or the witness we got the name of for the first time last night. I'm not whining about that. I know that's what they want to keep doing. We both have had issues with that. That's fine. I will not make it an issue of it anymore. You've already ruled on that. Period. End of story. This is now a new one. You know, I don't want to get into, I told you so. Many people said to me this morning, I told you so. That this was going to happen. And I'm trying to keep my composure, Your Honor. I don't know if I've ever been this upset in a courtroom in my whole career, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. I got to be honest with you. This is not right. It's not fair to him.
Hold on. Mr. Siegel, do you want to? Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say, I don't want you to repeat what Mr. Tackleton said. You want to add something new?
No, yeah, I want to add something new. Quite a dovetail what he said with respect to the 352 arguments, and that is the report says that the characteristics include are not limited to certain firearms. That means the universe of firearms in this case
based on the face of that report, is extensively broad. So given that, Your Honor, I think even just the probative value of this is substantially outweighed by the danger of undue prejudice, separate and apart from the late disclosure. So it should be excluded on 352. But that's secondary to the fact that it's just incredibly late at this stage for all the reasons exactly said. So I'm just adding that additional factor.
All right, what I'm hearing from you then, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. The defense is like, it's irrelevant. However, it's so prejudicial that it shouldn't be allowed in. It's so inculpatory that it shouldn't be allowed in.
No, I don't think anyone said it's so inculpatory. We don't understand. Saying it's inculpatory is not accurate. I didn't say it's inculpatory, he didn't say it. What he said was it's a balancing test, because he says including but not limited to. All that simply means is, not that it's not inculpatory, not that, we just don't understand what this means. Not limited to means there's a universe of guns that have to be tested now. I don't know what not limited to means. So how many pistols does not limited to include? How many firearms does not limited to include? That's what it means.
Okay, who wants to speak to the people? Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
I want to take things one step at a time. Council brought up a made comparison to what has happened thus far.
Just a minute. Alex, could you please go out and tell the jurors that we're dealing with some logistical matters, and just please be patient, and we're going to come in as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
One, as the court is aware, there is no logical reason why either Robert Hamadi's division or the DA's office would have in any way not turned this over. It's very clear that this evidence only helps our case. Although again, as the court pointed out, on the one hand, Mr. Takavita says, client cannot get a fair trial. This is so apparently damaging. Yet on the other hand, he says, hey, it doesn't really matter because it includes so many other guns that it should be kept out as being irrelevant. But what's very clear is, and I didn't appreciate the comment, when Mr. Takavita suggests that he can't believe that the DA's office did not know about this in advance, when I spoke to them on the phone last night, that is not what I heard. What I heard was say, listen, this is a problem for us. We understand, I'm going to quote Mr. Siegel, yeah, there's no reason why you would have not turned this over if you had it, which is correct, and the record is supported. Comparing this, counsel is now discussing and saying how they are being victimized by late discovery. The only late discovery in this case, and the court's aware of it, the court ordered that the discovery be turned over on 2 witnesses. It should have been turned over before the court ordered it.
I don't want to deal with something that we've already dealt with. I understand about the 2 defense witnesses. We've covered that. Just deal with the present issue.
So what counsel did is, he cited last night, he sent to the court a case called Hughes, 2020 case, 50 cal at 5th at 257. He included no facts about that case. At 2 in the morning, I went and I read the case, and I then sent an email. That case, so the record is clear, involved a situation where there was a Watson murder, and where the defendant was being tried on a theory that his alcohol intoxication had caused the accident. Investigation had been done by the MATE team, and they had determined that in fact it was speed and not alcohol. This was a very huge problem for the prosecution because that was the theory of their case. Apparently, the head of the MATE team started redoing a separate investigation, which the evidence suggests the prosecutor was well aware of. At the very least, and as the Court of Appeals said, the prosecutor was given information that in fact the MATE lead detective now had a new opinion contradicting the prior opinion that in fact, in actuality, it was caused by alcohol and not by speed. Instead of turning this over to the defense, the prosecutor literally had the witness on the stand in front of the jury. He then pauses, looks over the fence and says, hey, by the way, here's the diagrams and here's the information that he's going to be testifying to. Defense is obviously horrified because it's the entire case. The defense asked for a mistrial. They asked for a continuance. They were both overruled. The Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, obviously the suppression of evidence, as the court is aware, not the statute, is the last option a court can utilize, only after every other option has been determined to be not harsh enough or not accurate enough in addressing and solving the situation. Court of Appeals said, hey, listen, Judge, you had a chance to do less remedy. You didn't do it. The jury ended up convicting, and the case was reversed. To compare that case to the facts of this case, it is distinguishable for the following. Number one, that evidence was not just inculpatory, it was the entire case. Number two, the prosecutor, for a tactical advantage, which the Court of Appeal basically said in a footnote, that although the original trial judge had found no prosecutorial misconduct, that in essence the record didn't support it, meaning that there was misconduct that the prosecutor did. The prosecutor decided, for a tactical advantage, that he was not going to turn it over. He then did it while the witness was on the stand. He then opposed any continuance or mistrial. Here's what we have. We have evidence, which it is inculpatory. It's inculpatory because the defendant is found at his location, at his house. There is a 9mm magazine for a Glock 43, and there's no Glock 43 to go with it. So it's just a magazine. We already knew that the defendant had the Glock 43 magazine, and we knew that these were 9mm casings. The difference now is that there's going to be evidence that suggests that a Glock 43 is more likely to have put the marks on the expended casings than many other firearms. So the idea that this would be excluded under 352 is patently absurd. The idea that Hughes is in any way authority for what they're asking is also absurd. We talked to the lab this morning. First, what we are proposing is that we will not mention this evidence in this case in opening. We will wait and see how the case develops. As the court is aware, and the court is aware of this from the discovery of the witnesses that we got the day before we started trial. The defense is now claiming not only that it was a starter pistol, but they are claiming that the 9mm magazine, which was found at the defendant's residence, actually belonged to the defendant's manager, and that he is going to testify. So let's look at how this plays out. If the defense ends up being that, in fact, this 9mm magazine belongs to the manager, that in fact, what was used at the scene was a starter pistol / prop gun, then although we don't believe that's credible evidence, that is where they're going. So here's what we're asking. One, there's no late discovery instruction because, as the court is aware, and maybe counsel is not, to have a late discovery instruction, the court has to find that we had the information and didn't turn it over. There's no reason why we wouldn't turn it over, and as soon as we had it, we turned it over. And as the court's aware, I've been trying cases in front of His Honor for going on 30 years. As soon as we found this evidence, we contacted the court, we contacted counsel. Number two, the lab has told us that basically what they did in this case, to have someone else examine it is a very quick examination. And the amount of time that it should take for someone to examine it and end up being able to assess whether or not LAPD was accurate at what they found is ranging from a few hours to maybe a day. This is what we would propose. We would propose that at this point in time, we will not mention this in opening statement. We will see how the case develops. We will, if we believe that.
So a lot of stuff happened this past year. Kangaroo breakdancing, a dramatic election, and you filing with Ramsey Smart Tax. And only one of those things should happen again. Can you guess which one? It's pretty obvious. Keep making good decisions and file your taxes with Ramsey Smart Tax.
In this case, Hughes was an extremely complicated accident reconstruction involving a vehicle where multiple individuals died. It was very time consuming. It's an extremely complex investigation. This is very minor and simple ballistics interpretation. So we will make it available. We already have sent our investigators to recover the evidence. I don't know if they already have it. I believe they've already. We believe they already have the evidence. They have it with them, and we will get it to the defense. I just, this is related to the other issues, so I just want to make sure that this is clear. Counsel seems to be under the impression that the court has now changed its ruling and that we are not allowed in our opening statement to address the idea, which the court previously ruled we could, that we did not find out about this defense until the 20th. The court had said previously on the record, yes, Mr. Lewin, you guys can address that issue in opening. I will decide whether I'm going to issue a discovery instruction later. Counsel believes you've now said we can't do that.
I did say that.
Yesterday, yeah.
I did. I had said yesterday that the purpose for an opening statement is to give the jury an idea of what the evidence, what you believe the evidence will show. Talking about late discovery, that's argument. So as far as your opening statement, I don't want you to mention anything about, you just found out about a starter pistol. That is not part of what the evidence will disclose. I talked about that yesterday.
So but I am correct. The court's original ruling.
Yeah, that is, I said, originally, I said, yes, you can bring it up. Okay. But then after thinking about it, that's not part of an opening statement. So I don't want you touching it.
Okay.
Go on with the present issue about the ballistic.
So where we sit right now is that counsel is arguing two inconsistent positions. They're arguing that this evidence is so damaging that we have to start over. Now, that's not in a vacuum. It's very clear the defense is not happy with this jury. They made it clear.
No, don't interrupt. Okay. He didn't interrupt you, don't interrupt him.
It is very clear by the comments the defense has made in court, where they have repeatedly said that their client is not getting a fair trial because of what they believe is the composition of the jury, the fact that they have filed a writ, the fact that they have continued to bring this up, leads to the inescapable conclusion that what they are looking for is a way to start over. I believe, Your Honor, that what we have proposed is more than fair, because in the end, Your Honor, they're arguing it both ways. As the court mentioned before, I ever pointed out, they're arguing, if you let this in, Judge, my client can't get a fair trial. Oh, by the way, what's the value of this anyway? What does it matter? Again, my position would be the second argument is inaccurate. It is evidence that is helpful to our case. It doesn't prove the case by itself, but it is definitely helpful. It is not irrelevant. It's not true.
All right, you don't have to go on.
Okay.
I believe I have enough information to make a decision.
Please.
No, you can't.
I can respond to what he just said about the jury.
It doesn't matter about what he said about the jury. That has stop. That has no bearing on any decision I'm going to make.
There's a record though. There was a record.
I don't believe that you are unhappy with the jury. Mr. Lewin might say you're unhappy with the jury, but that's not, I don't believe you are. If you were, you wouldn't have accepted the jury. I believe that both sides are satisfied with this jury and that both sides will get a fair trial. You don't need to respond to it because it doesn't matter whether he does or does not think you're happy with the jury. I believe that you are satisfied with the jury. All right, here's the way I want to deal with the latest, recently finding out about this ballistic report. Everybody at the table, all counsel, to me, has great credibility. I accept what all of you say. I don't believe that there's been any nefarious conduct by anybody. If this late report involved, all of a sudden that it was disclosed that a witness, an additional witness positively identified Mr. Mayers as the shooter, that would be very critical and crucial. If a witness came forward and said, yeah, Mr. Mayers confessed to me that he shot ASAP relative, that would be very critical and crucial. If a firearm, if a 9mm was recovered, that could be ballistically compared to the casings, and that just became discoverable or became disclosed, I think that would be critical. But that is not what happened here. What I'm seeing here is that the casings that were recovered were examined, and the opinion is they could have been fired from a Glock 43 or any other number of types of 9mm. You have said that, well, now you have to hire, you want to hire a ballistic expert. That's not fair to you and your client. So this is what I am proposing. We have a list, a Superior Court list of firearm examiners that have been recognized as experts. My star judicial assistant over there, Alex, will print out that list. Ms. Kaplan is an attorney who practices in this area. If there is someone on the list that you want to hire, contact that person and tell them this is crucial that the ballistic evidence be examined now, not later, but now. The court will pay for it. Mr. Mayers will not have to pay for this. We will. If the firearms examiner wants extra money because it's a rush, the court will pay for it. If you are not satisfied with the people on the list, then if you want to find your own examiner who will do the examination, the court will pay for it. If it's necessary that I speak to the examiner to impress upon the examiner the importance of getting this done ASAP, I'm glad to do that. I am providing my cell phone number to all of you. If you need to call me any time of the day or night, I will speak to you. I will speak to a firearms examiner. If you feel it is necessary, Mr. Tacopina, we can be dark on Monday. But I'm not excluding the evidence. I don't find that there is any nefarious conduct. The evidence is relevant. It's not a smoking gun, but it is somewhat inculpatory. But in and of itself does not mean that your client is guilty. That's the way we're going to deal with this, and that's the final ruling. I don't want to hear anything more about it. That's the end of the issue for now. Are both sides ready for the jury to come in? Do not mention anything about the ballistic comparison in the opening statement.
That was our question.
So
Yeah, do not mention that.
Understood.
Your Honor, what I was planning on mentioning was that the cartridges found at scene were 9mm. In the defendant's house was a magazine that was 9mm.
All right.
And had some 9mm live ammunition in it. That was it.
If that has been part of the discovery and that was known, then that's fair game.
Yes.
But this ballistic comparison, that's off limits for the opening statement.
Yes.
Understood.
All right, bring the jury.
Bring the jury and I'll print the list for the.
Oh, yeah, do you want that to Ms. Kaplan, the list of the firearms examiners?
I could also email it to them.
Just print it. Yes, sir. If you,
What happened this time?
The air conditioner attacked me. Unprovoked. Can you call Hammond?
Get a free furnace with the purchase of an ultimate comfort system from Lennox. Plus, get no payments and no interest for 12 months.
Believe the evidence will show. Whether the evidence in fact shows what they believe, well, we'll all know that at the end of the case. Once the opening statements are over and we begin with the testimony, if you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to start off by, on behalf of myself, Mr. Lewin, I'm sure on behalf of the defense too, and all the court staff, we all want to thank you so far for the time, attention, and candor that you gave to us during jury selection. We all understand that was a long process, and we appreciate your attention. After going through that long process, I'm sure some of you are thinking, wow, this must be a difficult case, or this must be a really complicated case. And to be fair to you, if I was sitting in your position and I looked out on the number of jurors that we started with, or even the number of attorneys that are up here, I'd probably have the same thought myself. But what the evidence will show in this case, and what will become almost instantly clear, is that this is not a complicated case. The evidence will show that the events in this case were captured on surveillance video. I'm going to start this whole presentation out by playing the video for you. So you will have that frame of reference as we're talking about different features, the people that were involved, the locations that are involved, and what happened. You will already have seen the video. The first video that I'm going to show you was captured on November 6th of 2021 at around 10:10 p.m. just outside of a parking garage entrance, mid-block, so on Argyle, in the middle of Argyle, between Hollywood Boulevard and Selma. The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of a parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood. And there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars. And it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021 at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that are involved, I want to start with how this case starts for LAPD.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's just been a shooting.
So at 10:18 p.m., LAPD receives this call that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues, though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was in blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name APRocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Mayers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E, that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is Rihanna. The victim in this case is a man by the name of Terrell Efron. And Mr. Efron, you will hear, was also a member of the ASAP collective, and he went by the nickname ASAP Relly. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Mayers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Mayers, the victim, but also the two friends that were with Mr. Mayers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12E. And I will just pre-warn you that 12E gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12E, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Ills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now, I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after.
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check
One Life family, I want y'all to know I'm right here with y'all. I'm upstairs watching it, man. And
into GX Corner
I'm
for
upstairs
the latest
watching
news.
TV so that I can get a better understanding while we sit here sharing it. I have not went anywhere, One Life family. I'm right here with y'all. Shouts out to everybody, man. I see y'all in the comments. I see you in the comments. Shouts out to all the One Life family members, man. I really appreciate that. Shouts out to Lee for the super sticker, kind of liking this judge so far. Seems to be fair. Seems to be fair. He gonna hear you out. I like that. Shouts out to Queen Cash. Shouts out to Mimi in the building. And shouts out to shouts out to Mimi, man. She made 1 month as a One Life family member, man. Shouts out to Mimi. Thank you so much for your support and hanging out, man, and riding with us. One Life family, man, I really appreciate y'all support. This is the first day of ASAP Rocky's trial. So y'all work with me. I'm just trying to let it play because I know when I be trying to watch the trials, I don't like for people to keep cutting it off and talking. Y'all know we will talk when this is over with. We will talk in the end, man. And throughout it, man, you know, they probably take a lunch break or something like that. We'll talk, but I am here with y'all, One Life. I'm just not trying to interrupt too much so that we can all have an understanding. And I thank y'all so much. Hit that cash out, man, if y'all want to support the channel. I really appreciate that as well. But thank you to everybody that's rocking with me and catching out the ASAP Rocky trial. I love y'all, One Life. I'm right here with y'all, checking it out too.
This leads to the next day, November 6th, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro. And then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, and with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharge, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma. So Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulaner, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as it's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband. And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood, walking by as this confrontation is taking place. You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed, and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we've talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m. when they arrived at that intersection and the defendant stepped off the street corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it. It kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case. We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right at the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12E, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all 4 of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. you'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call will be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus, trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it, in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're getting. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you will also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayers' response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, right, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayers' home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD detective recovered a magazine for a semi-automatic pistol that was 9mm caliber, and that it was loaded with 6 unfired 9mm Luger rounds of live ammunition. You will hear that these items were found in Mr. Mayers' bedroom closet. You will also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayers' home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends with all these participants. He's 32 years old. And it is expected that he will testify that the defendant was in fact the person on the video who fired the 2 gunshots that we hear. So it will essentially be uncontested that Mr. Mayers was the person who fired the gun at that street corner, and that he will tell you the gun that the defendant fired was a starter pistol. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what the evidence in this case will show at the end of this case. As I've said, we expect that the defense will attempt to present an alternative explanation for what happened that night. But we ask you to do one thing, which is, as you evaluate the evidence from both sides in this case, to not leave your common sense at the door and wait until the end of the case, when you have all the evidence, to make your decision, listen to the court's instructions on the law, and return the only just verdict there is. Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll take the break now. All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. Please do not go on the internet and read anything about this case, and please don't look at any newspapers. You've got to keep that mind open and impartial and objective.
All right, one life family. Okay, y'all. Ooh, lot to digest, right? All right, one life family. Lot to digest. But we finna get into it. Why they are on break, y'all. Let's talk about it. Why they on break. All right. So, okay, so first of all, let me start out by saying, hey, Miss Jenny, shouts out to Bella. Bella, thank you so much. You are so funny, but thank you so much for your support, Bella. Thank you for your support, Cassandra Smith. Thank you for your support, Mimi. Thank you for your support, Jenny, not from the block. Thank you so much, my life family. And like I said, you know, I'm here with you guys, and we're talking about what's going on with this case and this whole ordeal, you know, with ASAP Rocky. Okay, now we are seeing the information that's coming out, y'all. We seeing what's going on. We seeing the game that they play. Okay, how they setting it up. These are the opening arguments. One Life Family. I want to thank y'all for tuning in and checking it out with me. So let's go into what we have heard a little bit about. I'm going to drop the link so that way we can have a discussion until it comes back up. You feel me? And again, I can't thank y'all enough. One Life. People like this whole case seems to be because ASAP really wants money. I can see that Shinkaya, I don't want to say your name wrong. Shinkaya Young, Miss Young, I can see that. Belma, again, I can't thank you enough, Belma. You are so supportive. You're such a nice person. Very informative, even when you came in and you broke down the stuff about the adjusters and just your support and how you are very supportive. You're such a positive person. Thank you so very much to Miss Belma. Like, awesome person, man. Miss Cassandra, thank you. Everybody, I just want to thank y'all for pulling up over here. So I'm going to drop the link right here so that absolutely, so that we can really is wasting everyone's time. Really? Okay, so when you talking about really, you saying the dude who got popped? I thought they were calling him ASAP Mob for some reason, but I guess is the ASAP Mob is a whole committee. Cause I'm older, y'all, and I forget all this new stuff going on. I forget, but getting ready to see which way they go. I'm be honest with you, cause I was in and out of listening to it. But I honestly feel like they got the stuff that'll hang ASAP Rocky. Like that man said, he's going to come in here and try to tell y'all that was a toy pow. Who finna go for that? Let me tell you something. I'm in the streets. Been in the street. I don't know nobody that play like that. You name one person that's playing like that. A toy? And then you hear two pows go off and your man's is hit. Now, Belma, I think you said this earlier in the comments. You went to the dude that got hit, the victim. Allegedly, he's the one that gathered all of the evidence and went and turned it in. That tells me he want to see you in jail, sir. I've never had to where I get in a bang out with somebody, people get hit or whatever, and the person who got hit go back. He had 2 scraped knuckles and he supposed to get 24 years. He's going to get 24 years because you pow that man. That's aggravated assault. I mean, Cassandra, if that's what you asking. See, people got to understand when you go in court, you got to make it make sense. You think it's a setup? Well, y'all come up and tell me what. Maybe I'm missing it. I don't think it's, maybe I'm missing it, Belma. Matter of fact, Belma, Cassandra, y'all know anything that y'all got to say in y'all One Life family, I'm all ears, baby. How did he find the cases? They should have footage to show that. Okay. What's the setup? Y'all tell me what's the setup? What they said? Y'all please put me up on game. I know I get to looking at things as far as the law and the streets and stuff like that. But y'all seeing it from a different perspective. Sometimes I can't see it from that perspective, which is the audience. So y'all let me know, his friend mad because he got the best of him. Oh, you talking about with the fight? His friend got mad because he got the best of him. Because see, this is what I'm thinking. This is how I'm looking at it. And again, one life, I rock with y'all to the fullest. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. But I'm looking at it like there was an altercation that happened between, and mind you, guys, I've been in and out. I gotta get in my zone and really look at what's going on. Because even as I'm watching the trial with y'all, I'm moving around and I'm doing my homework and I'm doing stuff, you feel me? And I'm talking to y'all in the comments. So I haven't really had a chance to sit down and like we'll recap. After we do this and we watch it, we're gonna recap, you feel me? So it's almost like watching a movie or reading a book for me. Sometimes I may not catch it that first time, but after I see it that second or that third time, I'll be like, boom, boom, boom. Y'all know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at it like, okay, and I'm looking straight to the facts. You feel me? There go Miss Belma right there. I want to hear from Miss Belma.
Hey, Star, I don't
Hey,
know
Miss
if I
Belma.
did this right.
Huh?
I don't know if I did this right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, absolutely.
Okay, bet. It was like making me go through every hoop to get in. So I just think that like the same thing they said in the beginning, that like he got, famous and big and left them all behind because they were all ASAP mob. And he like made it, I guess, I don't know, not made it out, but he made the most money. And I don't know what, the rest of them did, but they didn't go on to have their like own career. And I think that whatever happened in that conversation went left, and whoever was there with them, like maybe he did have a gun, but I don't think he shot him because all he has is those 2 scraped knuckles. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did. Maybe I'm tweaking. I don't know. I just feel like he didn't set the, because why didn't they find them on the scene? Like, what did the officers not see that he saw?
Okay.
To pick up his own evidence. And then he went and turned his own evidence in. I think he's just trying to get some money out of him. And when it didn't go his way, like he agreed to help them out or do something else with that group or give him some money or whatever. I think they set him up.
I mean, I definitely see what you're saying. Like, cause you clearly just said it, Ms. Belma. Because they saying that ASAP went on and left them behind. And that's the same thing that Thug probably should have did. Or certain people in certain situations should leave people behind because they can cause more hindrance than progression. But then they come back and they feel a hatred type of way. Now, could it be possible that ASAP was letting this stuff go to his head, which is why he flipped out against his partner? Because ASAP
like him
first
telling him you didn't make. That's facts. But I don't know. It's weird because I don't know. I feel like they ambushed him, to be honest. And like being a star like that, why would you not have? I mean, I'm just a mom and I carry, so why would you not have, your handgun on you? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's not like he had security. Like he was going to see a friend. And I think he felt safe until it went left. But I still don't think he discharged it. Unless he's a crazy gaslighter. I don't know.
Okay. And again, let me ask you this. Could you relate this kind of to the Megan Thee Stallion case? With the who discharged the firearm and other people being around?
No.
Okay.
Her friend set her up for sure. And I don't know. I think
it's crazy. It's crazy because it's like I'm trying to. You explained it very well. The jealousy, the setup, but I'm trying to figure out who fired who fired it. Who you think fired it? Then?
Probably somebody with him. I mean, probably someone with them because now they're all testifying against APRocky. And I know what they said. They went to his house and they found the magazine, but they didn't find whatever, like a handgun. I have like 4 fucking mags right now in my closet for guns I no longer own because when I sold those, they didn't pay for those. So I'm not giving you shit. Like, You didn't pay for it.
That's gonna be the problem. Cause if you I understand what you're saying. We get rid of certain ones, but we might keep this or keep that.
Yeah,
You
so
know
I don't
what?
know. Like, I feel like that doesn't really prove their point. Like, they found a magazine, but y'all went to the scene and didn't find bullets, and then the victim drove back after asking for some bread and said, "Hey, I found this evidence to prove he shot me, and here's my knuckles." I don't know. Like, it doesn't.
I think and devil's advocate. I think it's one of them situations to where they know. Okay, did the police come out to the crime scene? Like when this happened, was the police
Yeah, they
called
said
out to
they
the
did,
crime?
and they got it all on body cam.
It's on body cam.
But they all left. Everybody left the scene before the police got there.
Okay, now this is what I'm thinking. When this went off, because the police allegedly or whatever didn't find no shell casings, right?
Right.
Okay, you ever heard of this thing that we got on the firearm called shell catchers?
Yeah.
Now a lot of people use shell catchers so that shells aren't left. It could, we use shell catchers. You use 38s who keep the shells. You use certain things that protect the shell casings. You feel me? Now it was only 2 shots, right? Pow pow. It's not that hard to pick up 2 shell casings. But this is my evidence in case you don't try to pay me, sir.
But did he go? I wonder, did he get checked for gunpowder residue? Because you're telling me that went off and grazed your hands, your knuckles like that. Did they check him for gunpowder residue? Like, did they do anything but grab that from him?
Nope.
Because if it was me and you're a superstar and I'm trying to get, I don't know, but I guess that disproves my point then. And you're a superstar who just did that to me. And we have some sort of beef now because you just tried to shoot at me. Like, I would definitely be right there. Like, let's get this gunpowder testing done. This is where it happened. I don't know.
But see, the thing, what I'm looking at with that is, okay, this situation popped out. We got to get up out of here. But get what? Somebody grabbed them 2 shell cases. He was already hit, ASAP Rally, because he got hit in the stomach one time, didn't he?
Oh, did he? See, I didn't know that. I thought it was just his hands.
No, it was 2 went out. One of them, I think, hit him in the stomach. If I'm not mistaken, I think he took a body shot. So it's like, okay, they got them 2 shell cases. All right, look, we're gonna work it out. Bro. I'm gonna pay you. Cause when he went to the police with the evidence the next day or 2 days later.
I thought he went back that day.
Did he go back that day? I thought they said it was the next day or something. Now, let's say it was that day. But we got the shell cases. Now we done got up out of there, right? Now ASAP like, man, bro, I ain't paying him nothing. He, talking to his mess. He feeling himself. So bro, like, all right, look, I'm going to the police. And I got the evidence.
Fact.
Hypothetically speaking. Okay, so she saying she just heard the hand. It was 2. I thought he got hit in the stomach one time. I thought they said, I remember them saying that the man got hit. But you telling me
I thought he only had the 2 shots and his hands were the only like injury.
So when he got hit, he probably got hit in the hand?
I think whenever they were fighting or whatever they were doing, I think his hand got scraped. Like, I don't even think that has anything to do with, I think he just discharged a firearm. Maybe he could have shot in the air and they're trying to say he shot them. I don't even know. Like, maybe he was just trying to get.
He on trial for shooting his friend.
And it just, that doesn't even look like a graze.
Bro got hit in the stomach one time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. You're right, because it doesn't make sense one way or the other.
Yeah, but I mean, great point. You know what I'm saying? Great point. And like I said, we still trying to figure out the legit of it. That's why we watching the trial.
Is this his prelim?
No, he on trial.
Trial.
What we watching is the opening statements.
Oh shoot! And see, they offered him that plea. He should have taken that plea.
Now that's what they saying. That
he thinks he's gonna young thug his way out.
Huh?
He thinks he's gonna young thug his way out of it.
That's crazy. And that's the whole thing I have a problem with. I mean, again, it's definitely his life. Make his decision. But this is the same thing we just seen them do to Tory Lanez in Los Angeles. Dirk is finna go to trial in Los Angeles. You don't got that O.J. Simpson type of swagger over there, sir. So, but I think the only reason why I think ASAP Rocky did not take that plea is because as black men, we don't want to be convicted felons. I might as well fight you with everything I got.
Yeah, especially when you're married to or with billionaire Rihanna. I mean, they
You
have the
feel me?
resources to do whatever. That's what I'm saying. Who's his attorney? Like, this seems so low level. Like, he couldn't find anybody to get him off because it doesn't look like he shot his friend to me. Like, if I was there, where did you shoot him? Because if it's that hand injury, I mean, I
He
don't
could
know.
have paid Buddy before trial. If Buddy really wanted money, ASAP Rocky, Rihanna, Jay-Z, all them, they had enough money to pay him off.
But isn't he still seeking a personal suit?
He wanted all. He want to take your money and send you to jail.
Yeah, see, I don't know. I guess it'll depend. But see, his personal suit won't have anything to do with the criminal one way or the other. So I don't know why he didn't just settle. Because now he's a bitch too. Like, who's doing music with you? Who's hanging out with you after this?
Who you talking about, ASAP Rocky or the other one?
The other dude. Like, who's rocking with you after this?
You remember, didn't ASAP Ferg get caught up in some stuff too?
I have no idea. Ever since he released Plain Jane, I never heard of him again.
ASAP Ferg, let me look it up. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe ASAP Ferg caught some charges on some federal stuff.
Oh.
I'm looking it up now. I could be wrong though. ASAP Ferg jail. Let me see. ASAP Ferg being in jail, but here's some. We'll see. Donald Ferguson is a rapper from New York. He is a member. See what I'm saying? A member of the hip hop group ASAP Mob, which also includes ASAP Rocky. He has also collaborated with other artists and stuff like that. In October of 2021, ASAP Ferg announced that he will be dropping the ASAP from his name. Okay, I remember he's quit ASAP. I thought he had went to jail. He did go to jail. ASAP Rocky update after jail. He went to jail for something.
See.
2021. I gotta look into it, but I do know that the ASAP Mob did go through some things.
Yeah, I remember that. I thought they all got some sort of indictment or some caught up in something. I don't remember what it was though, but it was a while. I feel like it was a while back.
It was something. And see, even let me ask you this, Bell. And anybody can pull up. Now they're not back yet. And anybody can pull up and well, let me see. And please let me know what was the I don't know what I'm gonna say. ASAP Ferg, no, it was something I'm gonna say. Dang, I lost it just that quick. But yeah, it's a lot that's gonna come out. And that's why we gotta sit back and enjoy the ride. You know what I mean? We gonna speculate, but they telling it to us what's going on. They definitely telling us what's going on. But they haven't started back yet. I don't see ASAP Rocky taking a plea, and then allowing his wife and kids to travel overseas and leave him behind. He won't be able to participate in fashion events. ASAP Rocky done became like a fashion connoisseur. He did the same thing, kind of like Gunna.
Yeah, he is.
You mean? He went Paris. He went fashion weekend. He went runway. You feel? Ain't nothing wrong with that. He didn't leave nobody behind, but he met a woman that changed his life. He started a family. And he separated himself from the very people that was trying to hold him back. I don't care what he did amongst his group. If you become part of the mob, you feel me? You liable to get your finger cut off. You ever seen them dudes? You be like, what happened to your finger?
No, but I mean, I'm from Bosnia, so.
You from Bosnia?
Yeah, I'm from Bosnia, so.
You eat baklava?
I do eat baklava.
I hate baklava.
It's not great.
It's nasty as hell. But I do like gyro raps or gyros.
I can't even say that. Gyro.
What is it? But they
Gyro. I don't know. I really have no clue. I feel like they make that the best in Brooklyn, to be honest. I don't even think that's our shit anymore. America took that and ran with it.
America took that. Yeah. And they say they went left, right, and left again with it. But yeah, but okay, all right. Well, congratulations. But I do believe that's what they got going on though.
Facts. Well, I'm going to let somebody else get up here if they want to. So thank you for listening to me. Sorry if I sound crazy, y'all. My bad. I don't know. I can't make up my mind about.
You don't sound crazy at all, Ms. Belma, and thank you for your support. Thank you just for coming in. Thank you so much for you. I just thank you 100% all the way around. You're such a good supporter. You're such you're just a great person. Thank you.
Thanks, Char. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
One life. Who else? Shouts out to Ms. Bell for pulling up. Anybody else want to pull up? I dropped the link again. They have not come back yet. I'm actually I'm steady checking. Let me tell you, they're not mad quite y'all. Y'all see anybody back? They ain't back yet. He might be back though. I'm telling y'all something. He might be back though, reconsidering. Let me tell y'all something. I keep telling y'all, I done been in trial. I done been in the street. That's all I do. I'm telling y'all for a fact. They get your ass back though, shout. Look, they see now what they coming out with. Oh, we finna come out with this, that, and third. You see they opening statement like, dang, shout. I get what y'all saying. It's giving settled vibes. But I just don't. I gotta really look at it from y'all perspective. You feel me? Because I'm trying to figure out the setup, and Ms. Bellman made a very clear understanding to where I could get a better understanding, saying that, hey, but look, he was going off and leaving them. But if people pay attention, ASAP Rocky wasn't leaving them behind. ASAP Rocky was grabbing on to a lifeline, which was Rihanna. A lot of the time, men don't want to give women the credit that's due. Hello. And women sit there and allow this to go on, acting like they not the credit that's due. Let me tell y'all something. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. One Life family. I come up here and I talk to the One Life family, and y'all support me, and y'all don't hate. Y'all goddamn, even if I'm rough around the edges, y'all will say, Star, we're going to stick with you. Star, look, try this way. And most of my support, ever since I come in YouTube, and even right now with the One Life family, the people that tell me right from wrong be the female, y'all. I'm telling y'all straight up. Star, you ain't got to drink. You ain't got well, even if you do drink, Star, we enjoy you. If you don't drink, Star, we support you. Hey, have you ate today, Star? Do you feel me? My support comes from the women. I say that to say this. ASAP Rocky may have been looking, because honestly, if ASAP Rocky did not get with Rihanna the same way Jay-Z got with Beyonce, who would these men really be? The same way Martin Luther King got with Coretta Scott King. The same way Malcolm X got with Shabazz. Y'all see what I'm saying? See, when you, a black man, powerful, can be powerful. Barack Obama, must the list go on. So when you start having people to come in your corner with women, and I ain't just talking about black women, it can be any woman, you feel me? I'm just saying, a lot of the time, what change a man's life be a woman, you feel me? An opportunity, you feel me? So that's what I'm relating it back to. So I don't understand why they would look at it like, well, ASAP Rocky is running off to leave us high and dry because he got with Rihanna or he had killed Rihanna. That's almost like what Offset had to do with Cardi B. You gotta find somebody who can keep you afloat. You feel? And it don't change it because you got money or you of a certain status or whatever the case may be, as opposed to people who doing it on a regular basis. It's all about life. It's all about how the mind works. It's all about what's really going on. Yeah, I dig that. We still waiting on everything to start back up, huh? What they waiting on? The court is on a short break to elevate them. You feel me? To elevate them. And that's it. See, yes, you got people that will hate on you because they think you're doing better than them. Whole time, we neck and neck. Because I can put on this facade, or I can mask or hide my downfalls. Because I can hide it, don't mean that I'm doing better than you. So you don't, and that's the problem we see a lot of the time in life. You feel like I'm doing better than you, so you want to do something to set me up and try to hurt me. And a lot of the times we just was talking about this, y'all. We seen it with Naziah Harris. We seen it with Ashley Elkins. Before we got to talk about this case, we see it time and time again where the people that's right there around you are the very ones that want to hurt you. And I'm not taking APRocky's side, and I'm not taking Relly's side. What I'm saying is you got two people who claim to care about each other, sitting in the courtroom across from each other, trying to tear each other down. You got one fighting for his life, and you got another one whose life was allegedly trying to be taken. So let's not get detoured or distracted from the nitty gritty. Let's not get distracted and detoured from what's really going on. APRocky, yeah, you got a lot of love, bro. You got a lot of love from certain people, from certain areas, from certain things of that nature. I can't tell you I give one fuck about APRocky personally. So when I'm looking at it from a non-biased situation. I don't know this man that cares nothing about him. And I say that with all due respect, but I'm saying it from a perspective of, well, look, let's think. ASAP, you the adult in the situation. You the one that got the most to lose in the situation. You the one that's got to think and be overly evaluate the situation because you got the baby with Rihanna. This is the streets' new anthem. To have a nothing ass nigga in the streets, have you who got everything going on in the streets up there fighting for your life. Shout out, I got locked up December 7th, 2023. Yeah. I was at a store. I didn't know who this dude was. You see. I didn't know who this dude was. I didn't know. I ain't seen that man from goddamn last year Christmas. All right. Situation popped off. I did what I did. You see him? I pulled my fire. I got there and put it in his face. I woo. I went to jail. But I sat back, right? And I seen how I allowed a nothing ass nigga on the street to trick me off the street. That's what we call trick you off the street, y'all. You feel me? You let a bomb ass nigga trick you off the street. Now you got to stand on that because get what? When I did what I did, although this nigga's a bum, he's a nigga. I've never seen him in my life. A situation part I pulled it, and when he went to holler to the police, woo, they locked me up, y'all. Now, all it take it for the police to say to a nothing nigga like that, hey, look, I'm gonna give you this, I'm gonna give you that, I'm gonna give you this. All you got to do is take down Buddy who denied our plea. Take down Rihanna's husband. Take down one of the best rappers. I wouldn't call him the best rapper. I'm just hypothetically speaking. One of the best rappers to come out of New York. One did that APRocky. Hey, you help me take APRocky down and you will never go unanswered type of shit. You feel? So let's not get it misconstrued. You understand me? Let's not get it misconstrued. They still ain't came back, and you know why? Cause they back there talking. I'm telling y'all they better talking. Why wouldn't you be back there talking when they just came outside? Them folk came out swinging. Bow, 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 bow. He y'all in your face. Hey, so your best defense is it was a toy? If that's the best defense you got, you don't have much of a defense, sir. And yes, I get exactly what y'all saying, and I'm not even taking away from it. Anytime Cassandra, Lee, definitely Belma, anytime y'all say something, I'm with y'all. I'm with you. Y'all show me too much love and support, so it's not a problem, you know. So even with the crowd saying, with the audience saying, it was a setup. I cannot, and it can be a setup to where I lured you here to do this, that, and the third. But if you go for the setup, if you go for the foul, then our mission is accomplished. That's why you have to watch the company you keep. You have to mind the business that pay you and watch the people you keep around you, because everybody don't mean good for you. You feel me? Everybody don't mean good for you, child. They really don't. And people cannot wait to see you fall down. Look at what's going on. I'm going to just throw this out there. Look at what's going on with the Nazaria Harris case. There were so many people that thought they were going to come into YouTube and get their platform going and get it going. And even the man who started, he had this case a year ago. See, the problem with bro don't understand is you had the case for a whole year. You're under scrutiny like that because you had the case for a whole year and you didn't do nothing with it, player. You didn't do nothing with that case, but we'll talk about that later on. You see? We'll talk about that later on. But you start to see the trajectory. I use Buddy with the Nazaria Harris case for an example because that same dude from that same podcast, we all know his name. He came in from over there on that other platform. He came in in YouTube. And I tell a lot of people this all the time. Y'all got to know how to move on YouTube. YouTube is not no social friendly site. It's not like that on YouTube. It's definitely not like that on YouTube. You got to know how to move. You got to know how to stay in your lane and stay out of the way unless you're ready to go to war with these folks. You feel me? So I say that because you look at situations even pertaining to YouTube and just the things around you. People on YouTube will try to befriend you the same way they did with Nazaria Harris and content creators coming together, talking, befriending each other. But the whole time, it's to set you up. Why you think today, right now, don't nobody really take Nazaria Harris and all that stuff serious no more? Because they played on you. And they said, yo, the same reason why, respectfully, but honestly, they don't respect APRocky no more. APRocky ain't been a motherfucking thing since he married Rihanna. This situation happened in Sweden. When he got caught up over there in Sweden, they allowed him to come back. He got in this situation with a partner. Then he went and married Rihanna, shouted. Desperate moves. Although marrying Rihanna can't be that desperate, but I feel like Rihanna's beating on him. You feel me? He back there taking a plea. Come on, Bell. Come on, child. We know what's going on. Child, I done been in the courtroom. I done been on trial. I done been on that first break. Well, matter of fact, what time it is, baby? It's lunchtime out there, so they on lunch break. They on lunch break. But at the same time, who the fuck that hungry? Who is that hungry to where you sit back there eating chicken strip? You hear me? Like you yak gaddy. Oh, y'all really ready to do it? You sit back there eating chicken strip like you yak gaddy. You on the phone with Rihanna. She been telling you the whole time, take the 60 days, motherfucker. Take the 6 months, do it, and come on back home. You sitting over there with your same ass braid. Don't nobody wear braids no more. Who? Why you sitting out there with cornrow trying to defend your life? All right. That's what I'm saying. We here for it. We are here for it. It's going to take a special kind of God with a fucking Santa Claus to come out the sky and save your ass in the court of motherfucking law. You don't see that judge you sitting in front of? Yeah, he seems nice. But let's not forget what year he was born. Hello. Hell yeah, Rihanna slapped that nigga in the back of his head. Take the plea, motherfucker. Feel it coming in the air. Break the rules, so I don't care. Victory within the mile. Almost there, can't give up now. Only thing that's on my mind, who gonna run this town tonight? Hey, hey. You're going to jail, and Jay-Z is gonna be balls deep in Rihanna under her umbrella, Ella. Who? Why you think he don't want to go to jail? Cause nigga go there thinking, oh, nigga gonna be fucking my bitch. Nigga gonna be on nigga. Now y'all know where be going, y'all. Y'all know where be going. I don't know if y'all done ever been to jail or got men in them been to jail, but y'all know how people go to thinking. I'm going to jail, and Rihanna gonna be out here. Jay-Z, Beyonce. Whoo! I'm telling y'all, it's hard for a man. If she's serious on it, it's gonna be hard for a man to go to jail knowing you got the baddest. I'm telling the truth. Rihanna is Rihanna. Okay. I ain't heard a Rihanna song in forever. First of all, you need to drop a song, Rihanna. Second of all, hey, she still look like Chucky to me. It's something about Rihanna, that big ass fucking head. I know my head ain't the smallest, but hers is bigger than mine. So it's like, what the fuck is that? You look like goddamn. Y'all ever seen that movie, The Bride of Chucky? The Seed of Chucky? Not necessarily Chucky or the bride, but the child. Respectfully. Yeah, I ain't. Not to talk bad about Rihanna. I would like to see her in some 50 Savage. But if ASAP Rocky go to jail for 24 years, I got a better chance of seeing her in some 50 than him. I'm just putting it out there right there, like that right there. You know what I'm saying? And not that I would ever slide in her DMs. Huh? No, I'm talking about I wouldn't do nothing like that. I wouldn't do nothing like that. But if the trial started back, you know why? Because that nigga going to jail. Oh. Oh, what the hell that is? What? Lunch court is on lunch break until 4:30. 4:30. I time what else? Oh Lord. See what I'm saying? Oh Lord, now. They don't even want to come back in the courtroom. People like that. I can't tell nobody what's going on. I can't tell you this. It looking crazy, y'all. It looking crazy. I ain't hungry, y'all. If I'm ASAP Rocky, hey, look, what we doing? Look, come on. Y'all ate already. Come on, they go. He back there sweating under the arms. Have y'all ever been to trial? Nigga back there. I'm telling you, I just went to try. You back there like, you all on your phone. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, they got me out here. Everybody in there eating and shit. You eat anything? Bitch asking you on the phone, did you eat anything? No, I didn't. I did not eat. Hopefully. All right, so y'all mean to tell me the man ain't going to jail. You shot the man, shot. Allegedly. I don't know. I'm telling you what the man is up there saying. Let's check this out one more time, y'all. One life. Family. Look, don't do it to me because I didn't do it to y'all. So I ain't got nothing to do with what the hell this man got going on. If you did it, you did it. If you didn't, you didn't. Nigga, stand on business. If you shot that nigga, you shot that nigga. Don't start acting like a little bitch.
The second video that I'm going to show you was captured 7 minutes later, so at 10:17. It was, if we're being generous, 2 blocks, maybe 1 city block away from the first location, down Argyle, around Selma, at a small intersection called Selma and Vista Del Mar. So I'm going to play the first video for you, that outside of the parking lot. Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar and Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner. All right, now let's go over the details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these 2 videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about 1 block 1 block west and 1 block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma.
Nothing more important than the health and safety of the kids in your care and your staff. ProCare helps you support the well-being of your center with features like contactless check-in and health check questionnaires. Ready to learn how we can partner with you every step of the way? Request a demo today.
I love the racks. Racks on racks on racks on racks on racks. I love the third rack. It's perfect for all those hard to find your place items.
LAPD receives this call that there's been a shooting at the intersection of Argyle and Selma. The call continues though.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left onto Selma. We heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments.
Now, the 4 men that you see on that screen will be the 4 men that we'll talk about in a minute. They were the 4 that were at that location.
And then someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun.
Okay.
And he shot, and I think the guy who shot was blue.
Now, the evidence in this case will be that the man in the black sweatshirt was the defendant, Rakim Mayers. That evidence will be uncontradicted. As you have heard throughout jury selection, Mr. Myers is an entertainer, and he goes by the stage name APRocky. You will hear other nicknames that he is referred to in the evidence in this case, including Flacco and Luigi. At the time of this crime, Mr. Mayers was 33 years old. He has his own company that I believe is referred to as AWGE, A-W-G-E. that you will hear referred to in the testimony in this case. And as we've talked about, his significant other is he and Mr. Mayers were going to ASAP Collective, and he went by the nickname ASAP Relly. Mr. Efron was also 33 years old at the time of this crime. And what you will hear from Mr. Efron is that he was friends with Mr. Myers well before this case and well before even Mr. Myers was a famous individual. That essentially, I believe they met in high school and grew up together. He has known Mr. Mayers 18 or 19 years at the time that this shooting happens. And you will also hear that he, too, at the time was working in the music industry, and he had his own company called Shut Eye Entertainment. Now, I mentioned it already, but to put a finer point on it, the group that both of these men were members of is called ASAP. It doesn't stand for what you probably thought it did when you walked into court. It's an acronym for Always Strive and Prosper. It was formed by high school age kids in Harlem, New York around 2006. They call themselves a collective. You will hear are rappers, producers, music video directors, designers, people that have different artistic pursuits that essentially work together. And there are many members of ASAP. The ones that you will primarily hear in this case are obviously Mr. Mayers, the victim, but also the two friends that were with Mr. Mayers at the time this happened. And they go by ASAP Ills and ASAP 12B. And I will just pre-warn you that 12B gets spelled a bunch of different ways. It's not always consistent. And there will be one last member that you'll hear about briefly, who goes by the stage name ASAP Bari. Sometimes people refer to him as Young Lord. As I said, the four main members of this group that you will hear about are these four men. The victim is on the far right, Mr. Efron. The defendant is the next person to his left. As I said, ASAP 12B, his given name is Jamel Phillips, and the last is Elijah Ulanger, who goes by ASAP Ills. And these were the four men who were present at the time of both of these incidents. Now, I want to take you to that weekend, Saturday night in Hollywood. There was actually, at the time, a music festival or concert series going on known as Complex Con in Long Beach. And you will hear that Mr. Mayers was to be a performer at that event the day after the shooting, the Sunday, November 7th. Now, although I told you that Mr. Mayers and Mr. Efron were close at one point, you will hear that throughout their relationship, there was tension between the two of them. And that tension was essentially building up to the night of November 6th, 2021. You will not hear all the reasons why there was tension between the two of them, but we will get to the point the day before this shooting, November 5th, 2021, when that tension kind of comes to a head. But what happens on that day, Mr. Efron will tell you, is that he is in a car with that last member of the ASAP group that I talked about, ASAP Bari. The two of them are driving when ASAP Bari receives a phone call from Mr. Mayers. And ASAP Bari takes that call on speakerphone. So Mr. Efron, who's in the car, can hear both sides of the conversation. He can hear Mr. Mayers and he can also hear ASAP Bari. And in the course of that call, Mr. Efron, the victim, heard the defendant saying these rude and aggressive things about him. Mr. Mayers at the time does not know that Mr. Efron is in the car with the victim. This leads to the next day, November 6, 2021. You'll hear that Mr. Efron was in Los Angeles working with one of the artists that he managed. He was asleep around 9:00 p.m. when he started receiving a series of urgent messages from not only from Mr. Mayers, but from the two other men that were with him, ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. And you'll hear that he received a number of calls kind of back to back to back from the three of them. Now, he didn't answer those calls because he was sleeping, but when he ultimately woke up, he saw that he had a number of missed calls. He also received text messages from Mr. Mayers that were aggressive, seeking a confrontation with him, asking him where he was. Mr. Mayers is on the left side of this conversation. Where are you at? Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls. The messages that the victim's receiving are instantly aggressive towards him. So you will hear from Mr. Efron that he called the defendant. He was groggy because he had just woken up. They had a conversation and they agreed to meet outside of the W Hotel in Hollywood. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he went to that meeting, he was of the frame of mind that he and Mr. Mayers were going to have a confrontation. That he believed they would argue, and that ultimately this would lead to kind of repairing their relationship. So they would each be able to speak their piece and essentially fight like brothers do, and that it would ultimately bring them closer together. They would repair sort of the issues that they each had with each other. So that's how Mr. Efron is going into this meeting. Now, let's talk about the location where they meet, this location just outside of the W Hotel. You're going to see this map throughout this case. So I want to take some time to walk through it with you so you understand the various features that are depicted here. On the left side of the screen is Argyle Avenue. On the bottom of the screen is Selma Avenue. And on the right side of the screen is El Centro Avenue. Now you can't see it in this map, but if the map were to continue off the top of the screen, Hollywood Boulevard would be just above that. In the middle of this map, there's a small street called Vista Del Mar that kind of goes north and then forces you to go east. The red arrows that you see here are the path of travel that Mr. Mayers took that evening. So it starts at that mid-block location on Argyle, continues down to Selma, and then up Vista Del Mar, around that corner, all the way to El Centro, and then he made a left turn on El Centro and went above, off the map. The numbers in the red boxes that you see here, 1, 2, 3, and 4, are the 4 different locations where the police were ultimately able to recover surveillance video from. There are 4 different locations. Attached to each one of those locations, you'll see the green triangle and the green, with a green arrow in the middle. And what that represents is very roughly, this is not meant to be, exact, but very roughly the direction that a camera attached to that building was facing. You will also hear that locations 1, 2, and 4 captured video only. But you will hear that the location with the number 3 captured both video and audio. So I told you there's 2 incident locations, 2 altercations that happened. The first happens where the yellow box is right now, right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharge, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma, so Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you with the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by.
All right, y'all. Let run it back real quick, y'all. Let's look at this young real quick.
You need to try to separate.
All right, what now? All right.
The video, so you know what that
what happened.
At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those
Okay,
are
camera facing the sidewalk. Let's go.
And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers.
Okay. Okay.
And you
They
can
got
see
each other in a thing.
Bills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them.
Okay.
And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see
Okay.
12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them. Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you with the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron.
Hold on. The first person you see in the video is the victim? Wait a minute.
Entrance. If you were standing in Argyle and you were facing
the person that's the victim is the person who got in between them?
And the entrance is on the left-hand side there.
Hell
And
no.
what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me.
Okay.
You don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is.
Okay.
At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw.
Okay.
And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers.
Okay.
And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them.
I need y'all to help me out real quick one night. Y'all help me out real quick. We're looking at the video. Okay. Y'all help me to understand what we're looking at, please. The dude is coming down the street. It's not ASAP Rocky, but the victim. So the victim make it to a point of contact. And I guess that's when the ASAP Rocky is coming from the under the camera. And he walking up. Is that what they saying? Y'all please come up here and explain this to me, y'all. I'm looking at it, but I'm looking at it and I'm not trying to hold y'all up because maybe y'all will see what I'm not seeing. Y'all know? I'm steady looking at it because I'm trying to figure out exactly how they trying to defend this, because in one segment or in one instance, they stated they seen ASAP Rocky with the Popeye in his hand, which is what he is trying to say was a toy. There's no possible way this could have been a toy. Maybe I'm missing something. If they got shell casings, I get it. In the court of law, it ain't what you know, but what you can prove. I'm confused too. Hey, Chaos, how you doing? I was thinking it was the opposite of what they said. Right. But when you keep watching, it's the other way. So it's confusing. And that may be their defense, is to confuse the audience.
The entrance and exit of a parking structure.
So let's go back to this part right here, right?
This is that parking structure.
Okay, so what now?
The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers.
Okay. That's Mr. Mayers on the left.
You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view.
Okay. Off camera. Now, Buddy get involved.
The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this.
Okay.
If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation.
Okay.
Get between the two men and to physically separate them.
Okay.
And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time.
Okay. Is this ASAP
Mr.
Rocky?
Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows that Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it.
Who said that?
That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E. You can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as it's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband.
You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm trying to...
And you will see from the video that there were bystanders. As I said, this is a busy Saturday night in Hollywood.
Saturday night in
Hollywood? As
Hollywood?
this confrontation is taking place.
What y'all thinking?
You will hear that right after that encounter that you saw, that Mr. Mayers walked away and was walking down Argyle towards Selma. Mr. Efron will tell you that as he walked away, he looked over at 12E, Mr. Phillips, and he saw 12E putting a pocket knife away. And Mr. Efron, and then 12E, Mr. Phillips, walked behind the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and Ills walked behind him as well. So the three men that had come to confront Mr. Efron walked away down Argyle towards Selma. And Mr. Efron will tell you that at that moment, his mindset about the initial confrontation changed. I told you that Mr. Efron will tell you when he first went there, he believed that this was meant to be a confrontation so that they could strengthen their relationship. But having just had a gun pointed at him and seeing another friend putting away a pocket knife, that his mindset changed and he understood these men never came here to try to make peace with him, that it was always meant to be a confrontation. And he decided at that moment that having a gun pointed at him was sort of a bridge too far in their friendship. And he understood he was probably never going to have the same friendship, especially with the defendant, ever again. And you will hear that as the defendant walked away, Mr. Efron followed behind him and was yelling and screaming at him, even though he knew the defendant had a gun. Because although Mr. Efron believed this is going to damage our relationship, he still never believed that the defendant would actually shoot at him. It's not as if Mr. Efron will tell you that he had some death wish or that he was not scared of guns. He will not come in and say that. What he will tell you again is that had anyone else done this, he would have been frightened. But he had known the defendant for so long and they were close. So he walks down Argyle towards Selma and follows behind the three other men. When they get to Selma, they all turn left and they walk towards Vista Del Mar. And they end up at that location we've talked about, that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And as Mr. Mayers stepped off the curb, he walked into frame of the camera at location number 2 that's pointing towards Selma. Now I want to take you, before I play the video again, I want to take you to that corner so that you can see from that night what it looked like. It's a small street with a parking lot immediately adjacent to it that were full of parked cars. And at 10:17 p.m., when they arrived at that intersected, and the defendant stepped out of the corner into view of camera number 2, you will see video from that location. The video that I've played for you already and that I'm going to play for you again is from that location number 2. You will also see, that's the main video that you're watching, but you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a smaller video on top of it. It kind of has a bluish tint to it. And that video is from another location behind building number 2 where the number 3 is. And the video that you're seeing from that location is identified there by the green arrow. But what's important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location 2, what location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2 where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, towards that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning off. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures
what's going on,
still
man? What's going
are the
on,
colors that
everybody?
individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Bills is just
It's
next
just
to
too
him.
much going on, man.
12E, who's wearing the red jacket,
Don't
is
get
just
waiting.
next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is
I'm just waiting on this thing to start back up. They say we got about 15 more minutes, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just putting out there for y'all. Man, y'all hit the like button for me, man. And y'all hit my cash out for me too. If y'all rock with me like that and you want to donate to the channel, it really, I'm not, shoot. I'm working for y'all. Again, I'm gonna bring y'all ASAP Rocky information. We still got other situations. I just dropped a video about Naziah. Who is that man that's in there doing with Naziah? I work hard, y'all. I don't overwork myself, but I be working, man. I'm doing the Naziah case. I'm on the goddamn ASAP Rocky trial, handling the Madeline Soto situation. You feel me? I'll be working, but I don't do bare minimum. Sometimes I be like, look, I'm gonna lay it out there for y'all, and we go from there where we go from. We go from there where we go with it, you know. But at the same time, I'm just letting y'all know what's going on. That's what I'm doing for the One Life family, man. I love the One Life family, and we're gonna goddamn keep it going. You feel me? We're gonna keep it going, man. I appreciate everybody's support, but at the same time, we still waiting for court to start back up. So I'm just
Again, I understand if you watch this video one time,
That's
you
what
may
we
not
miss
think
while
of
we
these
waiting
features,
on
but
them.
as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell when you watch these videos in sequence, because they walk
What's
in front
going
of
on,
other
Trini? What's up, shout out? How you
that you can
been?
easily
Trini in the
identify
building,
who is
man.
who
Everybody know I rock
on
with Trini
on
the
this video.
long way. Trini is in the building. Shouts out to Trini.
So this is
Shouts
the
out to
zoomed-in
Bradley.
version of that incident.
Truly thankful.
This does not have any
I get so thankful when I see you show up. I'm truly thankful. One Life family, we in the building, baby.
Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands. Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him. Perhaps they were. Perhaps they were not. Whether or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you have to decide at the end of the case. We ask you to wait until the end of the case when the judge instructs you on the law, what elements are actually required to be proven before you make any decision. And to listen to the charges specifically and not consider charges that the defendant is not charged with. In this case, he's not charged with attempted murder, for instance. Now, before I move on, I want to focus in on the last location that I haven't talked about much, location number 4. That location is a loading dock for this building on El Centro. It's right in the corner of El Centro and Vista Del Mar. And what you'll see in the video from that location is the defendant, Mr. Mayers, and his companion, 12E, walking from Vista Del Mar up El Centro towards Hollywood Boulevard. The arrows indicate their path of travel. They're going to come from that corner and then walk up El Centro. The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now, I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call. And as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to, of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location. And the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all four of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least 2 people who called 911 to report this crime who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call will be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus, trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're getting. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now, at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of this shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. This is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that he brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you will also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayers' response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is he talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. "You set me up to try to take me from my daughter." And the defendant responds, "I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too." The defendant responds again, "Stop making shit up." Again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money.
He don't say that he
Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these 2 incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine. Moving forward in time, you'll hear from LAPD detectives that Mr. Mayers' home was searched on April 20th of 2022, and that during that search, LAPD.
It's 4:30, y'all. And we got a couple more minutes before they come on back into the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing about me is I tell y'all all the time I'm non-biased, and I look at things from the judicial standpoint, okay? There it is right there, a money grab. I see why ASAP denied the plea deal. It's not a money grab. Okay, this is what I want to say. Look up and people that saying it's a money grab. If this was a money grab, he would have went to APRocky prior to this and said, look, he would have had his attorney, his spokesperson, his mediator. There's a plethora of people who could have went to APRocky and Rihanna and said, hey, listen, you want to handle this out of court for $1 million? Give in. We seen it happen too many times. A lot of people like to say money grab, money grab, money grab. But a lot of times people got to understand money is the motive. You feel me? Money is the motive to why people do this. So if I got a problem with you, we ain't got to go through all this if it's a money grab. It's a difference. And I want y'all to really understand this. It's a difference between a money grab and a nigga that wants you locked up. Y'all understand that? This ain't no money grab. This is a person that's got jealousy, envy, and hatred, all this towards you. And before they take your money, matter of fact, get what? They gonna give them the money anyway. So I want to explain this to y'all. While people talking about a money grab, if ASAP Rocky get convicted of this, they gonna make him pay what they call restitution, which means pay the victim anyway. So this ain't about a money grab. If it was a money grab, ASAP Rocky and Rihanna could have paid him. That man could have said to ASAP, hey, listen, I want $1 million. Between ASAP Rocky and Rihanna, they could have got paid, shout. They rather see him locked up. Listen, shout, let me tell you something. What they say in war, what they say in battle and war, all weapons are accepted. Like it's just like the old saying go, don't bring a knife to a pow fight. You feel me? Just because you show up less equipped than what I'm equipped with, it don't make it an unfair fight. You feel me? It don't make it an unfair fight. What has happened is ASAP Rocky, you got with it Rihanna, and you started feeling yourself, bro. You started thinking you better than the niggas who came up around you, the ASAP mob, ASAP Fur, ASAP on really, the ASAP mob, shout. You felt like you were better than them folk. And now that we looking at the video from the other angle, because I had it mixed up. But now you got to where a buddy coming down the street, you got a person that got involved to break it up. And rather than you letting the situation be diffused, you kept the situation going, and somebody got either they got hit or got hit at. It don't matter. You cannot distinguish between the two because a person got hit and a person got hit at. But did he do better than them? But he did do better than them. He branched off and he was the only side to go work. No, it wasn't. He branched on to Rihanna, and he tried to make himself seem as if he was doing better than the people he came up with. And that right there in the streets will get you took out quicker than you really doing it. Don't get with a female who wasn't there when I had your back. Because mind you, I'm going to tell y'all something about me. I can't tell you one ASAP Rocky song. I ain't never been an ASAP Rocky fan. I could give a fuck less about ASAP fucking Rocky. Like, you're gay as fuck to me. You shaking booty over in Paris. You're not a nigga that goddamn I fuck with, though. You're not a nigga that I listen to. I might have played one ASAP Rocky song because I was making a video about it. And I was like, oh, I remember this song with him and 2 Chainz. But let's just be honest. I can't tell you a goddamn thing about ASAP Rocky career, what he's done for the community, and how he is who he is. I can't tell you that. Because he ain't did nothing outstanding to me. But what you have done, man, you shot your partner, man. You shouting, listen to me, shouting. ASAP Rocky pulled the trigger on a nigga who ain't goddamn have no problem with you, bro. That shit happened, whatever happened. But that was something y'all could have worked out at home, boys, man. As the ASAP mob. You did something, bro. You did something. And you caused the confrontation, shouted. Let's just be honest. And then you started thinking that you were so much better than the rest of your team to where it was like, hey, get what? Just like when they were trying to say, hey, bro, take that charge. Get what? If you rock with your team and your team rock with you, you wouldn't be sitting on trial, shout. Facts. ASAP Rocky. If you had niggas that really fuck with you, bro, You wouldn't be sitting on trial. A nigga would have been said, hey, look, I popped it. I take that little. Ain't nobody even die, shout. Ain't nobody die. So why wouldn't somebody take that gun charge for you? You know why? Because don't nobody fuck with you, bro. ASAP Rocky done fucked over everybody when he met that bitch, man. You feel me? And that's what's going on. So, see, a lot of that's why they teach you in life, don't burn your bridges, shout. Don't burn your bridges. Because the very motherfucker who you thought was gonna have your back is the same motherfucker ain't gonna show up for your court date, bro. Facts. Why you think goddamn Rihanna ain't sitting there standing there in their mind? Why y'all think that is? Oh, y'all think she's so busy? I'm trying to figure out what y'all think. Why y'all think people separate themselves? Let's get back to the trial, y'all. I'm telling y'all what's going on, y'all. Ain't nobody doing all that. But they can take it for however they want to, y'all. And at the end of the day, man, hey, we just bringing awareness to it. I'm just covering the trial. I'm just covering the trial, y'all. I ain't got nothing to do with what the fuck y'all.
Mr. Sloman's finished, and Mr. Eden, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about one man's jealousy, lies, and greed. And that man is not Rocky. That man's Terrell Efron, or you've heard of him, Relly. He is the source of
ASAP Rocky look like a damn fool. I don't even know what just happened right there in Charlotte, but gang, it is what it is, man. Folk don't want me talking about what I'm talking about to y'all, but Charlotte, one thing about me, that's why I be telling y'all to hit my cash app and stuff like that, Charlotte, because at the end of the day, who legs was crossed? You feel me? At the end of the day, I be telling y'all what's going on. That's why I tell y'all, man, y'all hit my cash app stuff like that because YouTube and the internet is so fucking weird to where it's like, bro, whatever they got going on, I accept it because I'm one of them ones, you feel? I'm one of them ones. And that's what made everything so weird, shout. People got ain't sit up here, man. And I'm tell y'all something. Y'all know me, shout. I always be honest. I don't be caring about that shit. That's why a lot of times I don't even come on live, shout. Hold on, I'm right here. I'm right here, y'all. They don't be wanting me to tell y'all certain shit. That's why I be telling y'all to hit the mic. Hold on. That's why I be telling y'all, man, shout, listen. Hey, I got y'all. Hold on, yeah. I ain't worried about none of that shit these folks talking about. Shout, they all lame as hell. I'm a big dog. I keep telling y'all, do respect, dog. I ain't finna sit here and do all this, boy. You nobody do all that, man.
There's no.
I want everybody, man,
No
listen,
police,
how the fuck you
and as
feel?
you now know, there's no jury school.
All right, so we back.
God-given common sense in looking at this.
We back,
evidence.
y'all. What's going
I know that will package in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Joe Decapini, along with Sarah Kaplan and Chad Siegel, have the absolute honor and privilege to represent Rakim Mayers, known globally as A$AP Rocky. The evidence will show you that Rocky was a self-made man, risen from the most humble beginnings to extraordinary successes through work, dedication, and artistic
Your Honor,
brilliance.
this argument is also irrelevant. Overruled. What is said in opening statement is not evidence. What is evidence is what can be proven. Sometimes things are said in opening statement that cannot be proven, that are not proven. Sometimes they are. That's what this case will be about.
Remember my promises, I'll remember theirs. When we talk in a few weeks on closing statements. I remember the DA put up a slide in the opening. It's from Harlem, a picture of him and Rihanna. Talked about when he was a teenager. I want to do the same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. He was raised in poverty.
Your Honor.
You'll hear that
same, Your Honor, the same objection. Stop.
You hear about his upbringing, his mother and his siblings, and how he overcame with hard work, with dedication, and with talent. Rocky is not only
I do want you to stick to what the evidence will show.
Yes, sir. I do believe the evidence will show that, but I'm going to get deeper into these facts. But what the evidence will also show is he's not only a celebrated artist and a fashion icon, he's a man who raised a beautiful family. That's the district attorney who took the picture. His significant other.
Your Honor, you got to get to the facts.
You're going to hear the stark contrast in two individuals. Rocky on one side, Rel Efron on the other side, known as Rel. He represents a very different narrative. The evidence will show you that this Rel presents himself to the world as a wealthy, successful man. Source lighted, he's a recording artist, businessman. He flaunts a very lavish lifestyle on social media. Posed with luxury goods.
The same objection, none of this is evidence.
Evidence will show you this. None of this is evidence yet. There's no evidence on both sides. Posting pictures of himself with large sums of cash and whatnot. It's fraud. He is all about a money grab. The truth is far different. And you're going to see this extravagant lifestyle that Rel flaunts is nothing more than a fraud, built on not on success and hard work, but upon criminal activity. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is all about money. I've said it once, twice, I'll say it a few more times. The evidence will show you it's nothing more than a money grab. nothing more. A clear attempt at extortion by Relly, so he could be funding this extravagant lifestyle of his that he presents to the world. You're going to see the only reason we're in this courtroom is because Raki would not agree to be a victim of another one of his crimes. That's why we're here. So Raki said, here's some money. We're not here. He doesn't go to the police. And even after we went to the police, if Raki gave him money, we're not here. It's not about justice, it's about money for him. Period, end of story. And I will show you that. The evidence will make clear that Relly is trying to leverage a fabricated story to extract money from Raki, using lies to support these claims. The evidence will show you that Relly is a blatant perjurer.
This nigga suit is hugging the fuck out of him, me, and you.
The evidence will show you.
Wait a minute.
You will see him commit perjury.
Why the fuck is this nigga suit so tight? Okay.
Right before.
I'm just asking the question. Why the fuck is suit so tight? That shit, this nigga suit look like a fucking waist trainer. That shit is like this. It look like he got a titty job. Oh! This nigga. Tell the truth. Look at this shit. My bad, y'all. I ain't mean to get off topic, but this is what I'm saying. ASAP Rocky, I hate to be the first person to tell you this. You going to jail, motherfucker. You going to jail. Hey, listen, tell me, y'all. If he don't go to jail, I don't know how that happened, but this tight ass motherfucking suit. Look at it. This of the ass. Oh, I got it. Here you go. This is your attorney? This nigga look like some. I was gonna say Sylvester Stallone. Where is Arnold Schwarzenegger? Arnold Schwarzenegger. And Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, I got that hiccup. Wait, on somebody on wait. And Arnold Schwarzenegger still the mayor of California. I got a hiccup, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me. Oh Lord. Oh, I got a hiccup. Who is this man? His suit low as hell. Look at him. Look. You mean to tell me?
For you in the school.
Huh? Look at the back of that shit. All I'm saying is, look, that look like he is on TikTok, Instagram, anything like that. Why the hell your suit so tight? That shit, man, that shit is hugging his back. Look at how tight that is. Look how tight that is, y'all. All right, I'm done. I ain't gonna say nothing about that. But ain't no way. Look, okay, look at how ASAP Rocky, the man, look at how all of them are looking at him. Like, nigga, are you serious? You got a BBL. That is hugging his back. Nick, you got flack in your arms. It's hugging your back. What the fuck is this? This is the attorney. You chose to go in there and represent you, ASAP Rocky. It's wrinkled. It's not even tailor-made. You're married to Rihanna. You're married to Rihanna. Y'all do all that fashion weekend. Oh, I'm so pretty, bitch ass nigga. But your attorney got on this all out of place suit. He got on a white trainer. All right, but let's get back to it. Y'all want to hear what he got to say? I will say it. You might as well come out and say, hey. They say I'm on for him. Oh, not popping that ass. Not popping that ass.
Despite all the evidence they claim to have.
Okay, girl.
All of it, and I mean all of it,
okay,
will rise and fall on the word of Relly and his credibility. Period. End of story.
Uh-huh.
You will see if you can't believe him, the prosecution's case fails. Now let's walk you through the events leading to the incident of November 6th, 2021, which is at the heart of this case. But to do that, we have to start a few years back. From Relly's own testimony, that was the catalyst for this incident. His resentment, from his own testimony, his resentment was the catalyst for this incident, and his animosity towards Raki. The evidence will show you that Relly met Raki when he was in high school.
That's not how they do it. That's not how Italian men wear their suits.
Artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Raki achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with Relly, unfortunately for him. He even sought to help Relly through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relly, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relly is in this court. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry.
I ain't got to Google it.
And as Raki rejected some of the projects he presented,
let me tell you something, Shaq. Hold on. Let me check, Shaq. She talking about something. Google it and look it up. Let me tell you something, Shaq. Hold on. And this, look it up. I have an Italian client. Look up. I want you to understand this, Shaq. This is how Italian men wear their suits, y'all. Culture. It's not fucking culture. Because first of all, you got to be in your parameter to even consider it culture. Okay? So what I mean by that it is, so I wear suits. You feel me? Massilloni. You feel me? Massilloni is one of my favorite suits. I think they may come from Italy. You feel me? But I want you to understand that you have Italian clients, Italian suit, Google it, start voodoo, all that. Let me tell you something, y'all. This is America. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about in goddamn Italy. We talking about make it make sense in America. And that suit he got on, I don't give a fuck if it's Italian, American, European, anything like that. It ain't tailor made. You standing there with your back hug. And that is not goddamn culture, baby. And I'm going to tell you something. I know plenty of attorneys who claim to be Italian. You hear me? Italian is, you're going to put that on. Italians carry themselves to a certain prestige. But if you want to vouch for him, that's on you. That's on you. Yeah. Italian ain't got nothing with how we do things in America, shout. Italian in America, when you talking suits, before my daddy died, my daddy owned a suit store and he sold Italians. He sold all kinds of suits. That's what I'm trying to tell you, shout. He sold suits. You see? So suits. So when you start talking about like Italian people and now that the stuff and they did, I have Italian client, that ain't America. I can't tell you. What you got clients for? Look up what you got clients. What kind of clients you got? What do you do for a service to Italian clients? You feel me? Sometimes it's not such a good idea to have in the comments and try to diffuse certain things because now I want to know, what do you do for goddamn Italian? Since you so Italian. But anyway, tight suits you see, yeah. Oh, I own an insurance agency. Girl, I can't tell you what you own or what you don't own. But you ain't seen no tight goddamn suit like that, baby.
So this hotel.
But at the end of the day,
You're gonna learn.
You stand on, shot.
However, that really said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing.
This nigga, he's not finna get brought off.
But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see relatively.
What's my problem?
About that exact reason.
I ain't got no problem. I mean, not a fair shot.
Rocky's best intentions. The evidence will show you that.
I don't even know you
angry.
You ain't even know you. Don't even. What is my problem? My problem is he got on tight ass shoes, shout.
Outside the parking lot.
I'm not one of the one that do it. If we don't see eye to eye, we don't see eye to eye.
On the street, which you saw a clip of.
Next.
You'll learn that Relly claims Rocky instigated. I mean, Relly.
See, in due time, everything gonna prevail, child. I ain't the type of person that's so quick to prove a point. You feel me? Look up. We try to rock with you. Shawty, you gonna get up out of here real quick. You feel me? Because first of all, you not even no member, Shawty. He not even Italian. You feel me? That's what I'm saying, Shawty. People start trying to come in and then slowly but surely they goddamn eliminate themselves. I don't tolerate no BS, y'all. His attorney is from New York. He might be Italian, but he more like I don't know. You feel me? He not Italian, but I ain't even went that far into it. So if that more person can't come up here and have a conversation and say, God dang, you feel me? You can't have a conversation and make it make sense, y'all. I'm not looking for like, clicks, and views. I'm not looking for subscribe. I do what I do. I do what I do, and I leave it at that. But whoever that person was, I can't even say their name no more, y'all. Look ahead, been rocking. We get pulling up for a little minute and stuff like that. But you ain't no member. You don't really support the family. You just be in the comment game and woo, and you waited for your chance to try to goddamn contest me and woo like I'm gonna argue with you or something. Shout. One thing about me, shout. If I'm gonna argue with you, shout. And you know what I look like arguing person. I got my channel steady growing. I just hit 8,300 subscribers growing. What I look like arguing with you about your difference of opinion. However you feel is how you feel. This is my channel, shout. And I'm not even no messed up person. I hear everybody out. I talk to everybody. But she wasn't the one been in the cut, trying to fill a nigga out, trying to talk, trying to woo. But get what? Today you ran your car, shout. And it's over with for you, shout. Bye-bye. But anyway, move straight on with it. Move straight on with it, shout. Cause I promise you tomorrow, I ain't even gonna remember that person's name, shout. I ain't even gonna remember your name come to mind, shout. And then gonna try to pop out with some more little swag, little stuff like that, shout. But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck. So let's continue, shout.
I was twice the size of him. But look at that. And he couldn't. All this laid out. I want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you two snippets. Here's the first encounter. Let Charlie come up.
One ain't hit the light, one. Come on, child. And I just been goddamn letting shout a ride and thing, cause goddamn whoever, because I'm cool like that. Done shot to lock up out and everything, shout. Lock up. If y'all see her over here, shout, y'all ain't gonna see her over here no more. Any platform y'all see her on with that lock up name, they don't know she's a dub. Everybody know that she's a dub and they can't from one life.
First person to
If
raise
you
their
see
hand,
that person in any chat, let them know one life says
initially
she's a
that's
dub,
him.
shout. If
You
you
all
see
agree.
other than that,
Those black pants coming up, first person in the video.
King, that motherfucker ain't gonna be able to pop out nowhere, shout. I'm really
That
cool
one's
in
different.
like I can't even tell you her name. Look up.
Do it again.
Look up.
Boom.
What you want to be?
He comes
What
up with
else
that
you
left
want to
hand
be, shout?
before Rocky raises his right hand.
I'm floored.
How do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relly, again, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, well, Rocky pushed him back. That's all Relly said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He outweighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relly pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relly was angry and out of control still. And he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those three guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened.
What? He walking up to the screen with a water bottle. This a different type of representation.
Followed them around two corners. Pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently.
Are y'all serious?
They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them
This
around
is
two
the-
corners.
Wait a minute, y'all. Let's just take a time out here. Okay, I'm finna take a time out, and I'm actually finna get the fuck off of live because I don't even understand this. You're telling me this is the man that ASAP Rocky chooses to defend him. You got all this fucking money in the world with Rihanna, and this is your representation? This tight suit, what you call that shit? What's that thing? What's that? Waist trainer, suit trainer, water bottle sipping, walking up to the board. This is your fucking representation? Come on. You said it before I gonna say it. Who the fuck? Who? Him. This is who the fuck represent Rihanna. I'm gonna tell you this right now. You might as well fuck me. Rihanna, you might as well have a baby by me if this is what the fuck your life results to. This type of motherfucker who go in the courtroom and can't defend his fucking self with this fucking tight suit wearing ass motherfucker. I'm telling y'all something, and y'all can call me drunk or anything in between. But one thing it is, the truth is the motherfucking truth. And ASAP Rocky, your ass going to fucking jail. You are going to prison just like they did Tory Lanez in Los Angeles fucking county, and it's going to be for 24 years. You understand that part? I'm already telling y'all what's going on. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. that this attorney, nigga, your suit don't even, motherfucker, you are on trial for ASAP Rocky, who got 2 babies by Rihanna. It don't work. It don't work, y'all. It don't work. It don't work, y'all. It's not making sense. ASAP Rocky, I hate to tell it to you, bro. I'ma probably end up fucking Rihanna. Me. Who? It ain't gonna be you. It is not. ASAP Rocky, let's get this understood. You going to prison for 24 to 25 years. I don't know. I'm just telling you, I would never wish jail on a nigga though. But as I'm saying, I'm listening to this shit, you had the audacity to go in the courtroom and take these folks to trial. I'm looking at the video. Okay, you know what? I'm looking at the video. I really don't even want to talk about this shit no more. And I don't even want to talk about it.
Try it.
I'm confused as a motherfucker. All right, let's get back to it. I'm confused. I don't understand how this motherfucker gonna say, oh, that's a fake gun. Huh? A fake gun? Did we hear real gunshots? Is this not a real court case? This is a real court case, motherfucker. You're talking about a fake gun? Okay. All right, go. Let's just see. I don't know. What you want me to do?
You'll hear that although Relly claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relly not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he funny Hills didn't get shot. But he was the human shield. Evidence will show you that's just another lie. It's another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relly knew the prosecutor hurt him.
Why is he so
Second, you're going to see that Relly wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, you look carefully and we'll show you, you'll see that Relly's on top of Ills. Like on the floor, on top of him. Punch him. And even after Rocky left the scene, listen, even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relly continued to attack Ills.
ASAP Rocky is going to jail. Fuck this shit. I don't even got to keep playing with y'all, guys. Oh God, I don't have to keep playing with y'all.
Man, this guy
hey, listen. I'm finna get ready to get up off of here because I can't keep watching this bullshit. I'm telling you how the truth, y'all. Hold on, how I do this? He ain't going to jail. Dude, okay, are we all watching the same trial? Like right now, are we all watching the same trial? Are we not watching y'all were calling him not Johnny Cochran, but Robert Kardashian. His suit tight, it hold his shoulders, it's tight up under there. Do you mean to tell me that ASAP Rocky will probably come in the courtroom with this motherfucker? I don't have a distinguish between ASAP Rocky one way or the other, but I am gonna speak the truth. You mean to tell me a motherfucker named ASAP Rocky, Rakim Mayers, went in the courtroom with this motherfucker? Yo bitch is Rihanna. Rihanna but signed with Jay-Z. And I'm not saying to woo. I'm not saying woo, but I'm saying this. You're telling me, what's his name? Who is on trial? I'm sorry. Who on trial? ASAP Rocky. This ain't nobody we ever heard of. That right there show you. ASAP Rocky ain't got no money. ASAP Rocky don't got Drew feelings. He don't got Brian Steele. He don't have an attorney of substance. Who is this? Who the fuck is this? This nigga, man, this nigga don't know his ABCs from his 1, 2, 3s. Hello, this is your attorney. His suit is hugging him. It looked like it's choking him. You ever been put in a full Nelson? This man suit got him in a full Nelson. You know how you put your arms up under somebody and the chicken wing. The chicken wing. This suit got this man in the chicken wing. Chicken wing. He can't breathe. If you can't breathe for your life, how you gonna save mine? I'm just asking. Make it make sense, y'all. I don't want to watch the trial no more. I don't want to watch it no more. ASAP Rocky, you're going to prison, possibly federal penitentiary. You're in the LA courtroom. Okay, tell me this. The last person, especially our color, that we seen come out this courtroom successfully was who? O.J. Simpson. A long time ago. Ever since then, everybody coming in LA County courtroom go to jail. Period. Prison at that. Hello. Hello. Oh, so y'all want to keep playing me like I don't know what I'm talking about? All right, well then, what you think finna happen with this case? So, when you watch this case that we talking about, that we got publicized right now, that I'm getting ready to get the hell off of YouTube talking about, because it's not making sense, right? But do you think that Rihanna is separating from him now because they aren't married? Yes, Rihanna is separated from him because your problems is not your problems is not my battle. Your battle is not my war. What he got going on, ASAP Rocky, for whatever reason, Rihanna said she was rocking with him. But if you look at what's going on today, Rihanna is like, hey, bro. Even when Rihanna gave ASAP Rocky an opportunity to rock with her, I promise y'all, it wasn't because of Rihanna. Rihanna wasn't one that said, oh, I'm attracted to you and I want to rock with you. She might have found something cute on. But let's understand why Rihanna even had two babies. If we watching the Nazaria Harris case and we watching how life works, we see how easily things are put into place, how easily things are already worked out and manipulated. Let me tell y'all something, y'all. I swear to God. I'm gonna tell y'all this and I'm finna go. My very first baby mama is out of New York. I went out there, goddamn. I used to be on 106 and Paul Freestyle Friday. This was the year. It was the same year. The second year I did it was when Katrina hit. Because I remember being in New York. I left not Florida. I moved to Florida in 2002, 03. I moved to Florida. I was in New Orleans. That was 05. And I went and did Freestyle Friday in New York. My first baby mama, who I saw was born in 01 type shit. She from New York. When I went out there, she introduced me to Tierra Marie. She was like, it's a girl from my neighborhood. She be fucking with Jay-Z. I said, you fucking lying. I ain't know that. You know a bit that with Jay-Z? And she was like, yeah. She was like, she played the song for me. It was the song of Tierra Marie. I ain't had no daddy around when I was growing up. That's why I'm wild and I don't let this cute. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't like the song. Daddy. I ain't had no dad. That was Rihanna, not Rihanna, but Tierra Marie first song. If y'all go and do y'all research on Tierra Marie moved to Atlanta and she made a thing where she said she was in a relationship with an abusive nigga who liked to drink. That was what she said turned her to drinking, Tierra Marie. But thing, what I'm saying to y'all is Jay-Z replaced Tierra Marie with Rihanna. That was when Rihanna came out at 16 with Ponder Replay. Rihanna was 16 when she came out with Ponder Replay. And Ponder Replay, I can't tell you how it when she was doing all that. And that was when Jay-Z was messing with her as a young child, the same way he was doing Beyonce. That was why it became a problem between Tierra Marie, Rihanna, and Beyonce. They were all right there around the same time. It is. But, again, what I'm trying to tell y'all is, y'all, bring it on back. Matter of fact, y'all, I'm just explaining to y'all what's going on. Man. So I'm going back to the point where I'm saying ASAP Rocky got these kids by Rihanna. Shout it. It's all set up for failure, shout it. It's all a goddamn set up to get ASAP Rocky out the way. Mind you, Jay-Z is in full control. What happened to Tierra Marie? She ended up being a drunk alcoholic fucking with Ray J. Ray J got a whole fucking show to where he tried to do woo-woo. Let's not get it misconstrued. Ray J got a whole network to where his network and his show is nothing about transgender women, transgenders, Trump said we don't recognize two genders. But Ray J got a whole house full of men that want to be women. And you're Ray J. You got a whole, and they gave you a TV deal on it. But Ray J was the same one fell out with Pleasure P, who Pleasure P ended up, that's why I don't like Pleasure P. Because Pleasure P started fucking with my bitch because he was pretty Ricky. Y'all remember when Tierra Marie was fucking with Pleasure P, and me and Pleasure P fell out all the way back when he had that song on. Y'all remember when Pleasure P from Pretty Ricky dropped that Valentine's Day album back in like 2011 or something like that? Foxy and Lil. They were victims. We cannot act like this just started. One Life family. I'm telling y'all what's going on, shout. I'm done talking about the ASAP. ASAP Rocky going to jail. He's going to prison, shout. Facts.
Shot at one point. And he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking.
Hey, I'm gone, y'all. One Life family, catch me tomorrow, man. And we're going to talk some more and more about it, shout. But at the end of the day, man, y'all stop playing with me. You got to slow roll it. You got to slow roll it. Y'all hit that like button. Y'all hit that subscribe button. We've been up here for 4 hours, shout. And y'all still ain't hearing what I'm saying. But everything I'm saying, now, hey, listen, it's you picking up what I'm laying down, shout. One Life family.